Hello everyone, welcome to this video. In this video we are going to create this transactions app you can see on your screen. It is used for tracking sales and expenses for small businesses. If you look at what we have here, the application is basically called Profits Pulse, and yeah, as you can see here, there is dashboard, transactions, and manage users. All right, so we are going to try and then build these two sections, and then this is going to be a feature you would want to add yourself. But you can see that there are some presets here, right? And then there are some date ranges here, and here you can see some statistics as well. So here basically we have the sales, expenses, and then profits. Then you can see the tables here and then some charts here as well. So I'm going to go through all of them quickly. The idea is to help you be able to track your sales and then your expenses, right? So it could be daily sales, weekly sales, monthly sales, or even yearly sales. Right, so it is for like a small business basically, but then you can add more features to make it very huge if you want. This tutorial is limited to like some features which I'm going to show you. Let's see from here. All right, so as I said, there are two sections: the transactions section here, and then you get the dashboard where like we see the sales, and you see that it is selected for today. Right, so basically we are seeing the results for today's sales and expenses. So if I do something like yesterday and I click apply here, yeah, we don't have unfortunately any expenses for yesterday. But then if I try to do something like 15 days ago, and I click apply, so as you can see we have more sales and expenses. All right, which is very cool. Now here we see some statistics about the sales and then the expenses we've made. So basically we've made about 3,234 sales, and then we've made this expenses, so this is basically our profit. And here it gives you a breakdown of all the items, that is sales and then the expenses. So you could see your sales items and then your expenses items as well. And here you also get the monthly sales and expenses in a form of a chart. So I think we selected 15 days, and 15 days is so it's just from the last week of March till now. So yeah, you can see from March and then April. All right, so if I select like even a longer duration, we would see very shortly. But then here I also want to point this out to you, that here you can also track or filter the sales and expenses based on a transaction label. So when I say a transaction label, it is basically like the labels you give to your transactions. I'm going to show you where we created these labels. But then the last 15 days consist of week 13, 14, 15, and 16. If I select a longer duration, for example 60 days, hit apply, you'd see that we have more weeks here, which start from week 7, 8, 9 to 14, 16 actually. Alright, so if I select, so basically this is showing the data for week 7 to week 16, right? But then I can also filter. I want to see only the results for week 14. As soon as I select, it's basically filters, and I'm seeing the results for only week 14. Alright, so for example, if I want to see week 7 or something, yeah, filters, and I see results for week 7. And then if I unselect, it gives me the results of all the weeks here back. Alright, that is the duration we see here. And also you get to see the particular results you are getting here based on this notice up here, right? So for example, if I select week 7, it's basically going to tell me that I am seeing results for week 7 of this date range, right? So that you basically are aware of all the filters you've applied by looking at this one. Apart from that, you can also basically search for a particular sale item. So for example, I can do something like large, right? And then I see large format printing. So basically, as you can see from the top here, the name of the company is called FMT Design and Print. So it's going to be like for a small business, in this case for a design and printing business, and everything you see here is going to be about design and print, right? So the sales and expenses for that business. So here you search for a particular sale item, and then you get to see the results, right? So found 3 items, total amount 450 sales for that item, right? So it gives you more searching capability. Yeah, I think it's the same thing for this one as well. And here I have to also mention there is a pie chart which shows the more statistics as well, if you want to see it in a pie chart format. Let's go to how we add these sales and transactions. So you go to transactions page. This is the last one I added, which is week 16. It's basically the current week. I can decide to close this transaction and start a new transaction by clicking on this button which says start new transaction. If you want to basically add a new sale and expenses to this particular week, you just go here and then add the sales and expenses, right? So for example, let me just say maybe 50 for for sticker or something, yeah, right? And then let's just say 10 copies of A4 sticker. Right, and then the payment type is cash. I click on it, and then you see that data is added successfully. If I go back to the dashboard, I see today's transactions. I see the last result I added here, which is basically the sticker. All right, cool. And it's the same thing for expenses as well. So when I add the expenses, it gets added to week 16's expenses, right? And that's basically what you can filter using transactions label, right? So this is basically the transaction label. Here you click on it and then you can edit the label, alright, and it's basically going to update the database. So this is basically any label you want at all. In this case I am using weekly kind of transactions, so I label it week 1, week 2, week 3 in that order. Alright, so let me cancel it, but then I want to start a new transaction. So I click on start new transaction, and as you can see, it's starting new transaction which is untitled, and here I can basically say maybe week 17 or something like that. And when I hit save, I have started a new transaction. So when I go here and I go to today, when I click here, I should be able to see week 17 as well. So we are not seeing week 17 because there is no data for week 17. It's only week 16, which basically makes sense because there is no data to show for this week. Yeah, so if I try to add a record, something like, let's just say 5, and this is a crew neck customized t-shirt. This sounds like a description more than the item, so let me just say t-shirt for the item. Alright, and the payment type I can choose cash, and then hit add. So when I go here now, we should be able to see week 17 now. So as you can see, because there is data for week 17 now. And so when I click week 17, we see only t-shirts. Alright, and we see that the month is just April. Cool. Alright, so it's the same thing for transaction. It's the same thing for expenses as well. Sorry. Alright, so here there is this button which says record previous transactions. I just put it here, but then it's not working. I didn't implement this one. It's going to be a feature you can add, basically just putting it here for the idea. But what this means is that probably you start using this software and then you want to record previous transactions. it should give you like the opportunity to record previous transactions, right? So here it records the dates automatically because it is new transactions, but then when you are recording previous transactions, I think there are going to be extra fields to record the dates and times of their transactions, because I mean it's in the past, right? I mean you can add that feature I mean yourself. All right, so this is also one thing you can add, right? So how to manage users, right? So basically what I am doing, as you'd see very soon when we jump into the code, is whenever there is a transaction created or there is an expense or sale created, it records the user who added that transaction, and then also what you should do is, before you even get access to this application, I mean in a real world situation, you should be able to sign up, right? So it should know the user who is signed up at the moment or who is here at the moment, right? So that's what these managed users are going to be doing for managing the users on the platform, right? Here is going to show the company profile and things like that, and there's going to be logout as well, which I plan to do in the future. But then yeah, for this tutorial it is limited to the dashboard and then the transactions, right? I mean there's still a lot to cover though, but it is a great opportunity for us to learn Next.js, Supabase, and then Mantine UI. If you guys have been watching my videos, you know, like I like these three stacks. I mean they are obviously my favorites. It doesn't mean I use them for every project, but then I use them a lot and they are very, very cool, right? So we are going to learn Next.js, Supabase, and then we are going to use Mantine UI as well to give us this nice looking user interface, right? So let's actually jump into the code and then get started. Okay, so the first thing I am going to do obviously is to create my project, and as you can see, this is the initial project. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to go to new repository, and I'm going to call it profit pause, and then I'm going to say tats for tutorials, and here I'm going to store it here. I'm not going to initialize it with readme because I'm going to create my Next.js application in that folder. So I'm going to go to create repository, and once the repository is created, I am going to first of all try to publish it, right? So let's publish it first of all. Alright, so once that is published, I can now open it in VS Code, right? So using this button here, I am going to open it in VS Code. Once VS Code is opened, I'm gonna bring it here. VS Code is opened. You can see there is basically nothing here. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically use the terminal, and I am going to create my Next.js project in here. So I'm going to bring Mantine. So yeah, go to mantine.dev, and then on the home page basically, so from here you can click on get started, and here there is framework guides. Here when you click on Next.js, it will take you to this particular page. So here you are creating Next.js application with Mantine basically. So the first thing is you do create next app. So I'm going to use npm. So copy this one, and I'm going to go back to my terminal in VS Code, and I am going to paste that. It's going to ask me a few questions. What is the name of my application? I've created a folder, so I'm going to use dot just to use the same folder name as the application name. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind? In this case I'm going to say no because I'm not using Tailwind. Would you like to use SRC? No. App router? Yes. Import alias? Okay, I like that one. Configure it. Okay, so it is basically creating my initial files for me. Alright, so when that is done, basically I'm going to go here. There are a lot of packages for Mantine that you can add. Right, so and then they make it very easy for us to also install it. Right, so for example, we are going to need dates, we are going to need charts, so we will just select them basically, and I think that's basically all we are going to need actually. But if we need anything else, we will come back and then copy it and install. So yeah, let's do this one for now. Alright, so I'm gonna copy this one and I'm going to head back to VS Code again. So it's not basically done installing, so I'm just going to wait a few more seconds for this to finish installing. So as you can see, it is done installing now. Right, it is successful here. Okay, so if we check, we have the app router and yeah, a few of these files. Right, so I'm going to clear and I am going to basically paste the npm install command that I copied from Mantine to install these packages for me as well. So we are installing Mantine core, Mantine hooks, Mantine dates. We're also installing day.js because it is needed by the dates, and then we are installing charts and recharts as well. So these are packages given to us by Mantine. Right, so let's wait for this one to also install. Alright, so you could see that those are done installing as well. So yeah, basically we've got our Mantine packages installed as well. So the next thing is I want to go to Supabase. If you have Supabase accounts, make sure you create a project. So in this case, I'm going to use the previous one because I don't want to add a new data again. Right, so I'm going to use this one. So it's called Profit Pulse. So you can create a new Supabase project, and when you go to the settings, so project settings here, let me show you how to do this properly. Right, so let me go back. Yeah, so here, right, where you have the dashboard of the project, I go to connect here. Right, you can see the connect button up here. Alright, so here is everything you need to do to set up your Supabase with your project. Alright, so here when you go to app frameworks, for example, there is Next.js here. Alright, so you can basically choose a different framework if you think it's your framework is not Next.js, if it is React or probably Vue or whatever. So in this case it is Next.js. Now when you choose it, it basically gives you the setup you need for Next.js, right? So in this case, I first of all need env.local, which I am going to create that file. So I'm going to copy this one and I am going to create env.local. So let's go back to VS Code, and here I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be called .env.local, like this, and I am going to paste it here. Alright, so this is my Supabase URL, and then this is my anon key. Just create your own project with your Supabase account, and then use your own credentials. Alright, so after that, let's go back to Supabase again. Now here, let's first of all go to the utils file, right? So you see that first of all we need utils.supabase, right? And then we're going to have 3 files in there. First of all, the server.ts, Supabase clients.ts, and then also the middleware.ts, right? So these files are all needed, and it's basically for when you want to connect to your database, when you want to implement authentication in your application, and all that. Right. So let's go back here. So we're going to create a folder called utils, and inside utils we are going to create another folder. We're going to call it Supabase basically. Let me basically make this bigger so that you can see. And inside here we are going to create client.ts. We are going to create another file called server.ts, and we are going to create the last file, which is going to be called middleware.ts. Right. So middleware, .ts. So let's go back to here, and then let's first of all copy everything we have in server. So copy, let's come here, it's for server, paste that. And it's very easy. You don't need to like set these up yourself, right? Let's copy the other ones. This is for client. Okay, so those are all the things we basically need. You could see from here. Alright, so this one is basically an example usage where like you connect from a server component like this. We are going to see how we do that when we basically start using Supabase in the project. But then you would see that these are the 3 files you need, and also we have to install this package because that is what is being used. And so we've not installed it yet, so let's do npm install and then paste that package and make sure we install that. Alright, you could see that's what is flagging in all our files. So once that is installed, this should go away. You'll notice that it's already gone, like all our files are green again because the package is successfully installed. Alright, let's clear our terminal, and we don't need to visit these files again. So basically, when we want to connect to Supabase from a client component, we are going to use create client, and we are going to make sure we import it from the client file. When we want to connect to Supabase from a server component, then we are going to import this create client from the server file, right? So basically that's what it means. Supabase is basically set up with our project. Alright, so let's continue to set Mantine up, right? So you'd see that we've installed Mantine packages, but then we've not actually connected it. So here inside app, first of all we go to layout. Alright, so let's go back to Mantine again, and here after we install the package, it says that we should also install this post CSS plugins. It is very important and very cool. So I'm gonna basically show you some of the utility functions we can use from this plugin, but let's install that as well. So let me paste that here, hit install, and whilst that is installing, let me just copy the config file. So we are going to create a file called post css.config.cjs. so copy that first. Let's come here, new file, that's the name of our file, and then I'm gonna copy the content. Okay, now when we come back, this is for pages. We are using app router, so this one is what we need. So as you can see, it says we should go into layout.tsx file, and first of all we are going to import the CSS, right? So from Mantine core, so tsx, we import this one. So let me actually put it on top of global CSS, and then we also import this as well. So color scheme scripts, Mantine provider. We are not going to do light and dark mode basically here, but let's import that anyways. Once we import that, here we add our color scheme script, so just in case we want to implement light and dark theme. So inside the head, and then in the body, that's where we add Mantine provider around the children. So here we would replace it with this. Let's remove this from there. And whilst we are here, let's basically change the title of our application, the title and description. So I think they're basically going to be, this is basically called profit pause. So profit pause, and the description is basically going to be this one. So tracking sales and expenses to monitor the financial health of your business. All right, so it looks like we have everything we need from Mantine, and remember we've also set up Supabase, so we are really good to go. We are ready to get started creating some components. All right, before, let's actually try and start the app to see that everything is working fine. All right, so I'll clear the terminal, and then I'm going to do npm run dev like this, and we should see that probably running fine. Looks like something is running on port 3000, so this is basically running on port 3001 now. That's fine. So let's go back to the browser, and let's paste this one here. I'm just keeping this one here. I mean, this one was the one running on port 3000, but yeah, I'm keeping this one here just for reference. I might close it at some point, but yeah, let's wait and see what we have in our new application. Okay, so you can see this is what we have at the moment. Yeah. All right, so let's continue to do some cleanup so that we have just an empty application to work with. All right, so I think here is maybe okay. So let's close this one and this one, and let's go to page.tsx. Gonna remove everything from here. Just remove everything from here, and yep, just gonna put profit pause here, and then I am also going to go to page.model.css. It's a CSS file. Let's just remove everything from here. We're gonna do the same for global.css. I don't think we need anything here. I think we are only going to leave this, right? So let's actually remove everything from here. I need this one as well, so let me bring this one up here, and the rest going to go away. Same for up here. And we should be able to start from a clean slate. So let's visit the app and see. All right, so it's gone now. Now let's actually test that our Mantine is working. All right, so if we try to use maybe a button inside our page.tsx, so for Mantine, let's just say button, import from Mantine core, and just say click me. Let's see that we get the correct button for Mantine. I would wait for this to refresh, and yeah, it looks like Mantine is working as well. So basically see that it has the Mantine animation and the Mantine default button color, which is blue. Alright, so before we continue, let's actually push our initial setup code to GitHub. Alright, so I'm going to bring this one in here. Alright, and you can see that we have a bunch of file changes here. Alright, so I'm going to do add initial setup. So here just going to say initial setup and dependencies installation. Alright, and I am going to basically commit to main branch, and I'm going to push to origin as well from here. So it's basically easier to do it this way when I'm using GitHub desktop. You might prefer using the terminal. Okay, so we are first of all going to create the overall layout. Alright, so here as you can see, there is a heading, and there is a sidebar, and there is this section, which is the main section here. and you can click on this to hide the sidebar as well. And you'd see how Mantine basically does this for us easily. So that's because let's basically go to Mantine again. Alright, so we will go to core, and then here we call it app shell. So we can click on this link to open the examples. They have the examples in isolation. Alright, so when you come here, you basically see all the examples they have. Right, so this is the first example you are going to see, and when you click on this one, you're going to see more examples. Right, so if I click on this one, you see it changes the layout here. So that's the second layout we have here. We have mobile only. We have collapsible navbar. So this is basically what I am using. So where there is a nav, there is this one. But then there are also other examples here. So you basically try out and then which layout you want. Once you get the layout you want, there are other examples, right? So this one, once you get the layout you want, you basically click on view code, and here you can copy the code, right? So you can basically copy all this code. Now in this case it is going to be the same thing, but then I'm going to copy my version, right, so that you don't have to clean these up again. So I'm going to copy my version, and then I am going to go back to VS Code. Gonna create the components folder, and here I'm going to create app layout.tsx like this. I'm going to paste everything here. Alright, so this is the component we need to create because it is the navbar component we have. We will create that very soon, but since we don't have that, let me just comment that out, and then comment this one out as well. I'm going to put a placeholder here, say nav bar or probably sidebar. Okay, so yeah, this is how the layout is going to look like. It's basically everything we copied from Mantine with the exception of this side. Right, and then here you can see I'm using a box and then children here, and this children is basically going to be passed as props. So we use app layout and then we pass children, and then children are going to be the other pages, right? So all the other pages that are going to be rendered inside here is going to be the children, right? So when we go to transactions, you see that we have the same actually I've shut the the server down, so we can't see that at the moment. So let me basically close this for now, but you've realized that when we go to like a different page, right, on the navbar, like we have the same layout, but then the content actually changes. So the content is what I am rendering as children in my case, right? And you'd see the usage very soon. Okay, so this is app layout, and first of all I'm going to use it in the home page. So here, instead of these, I'm going to basically replace this. I'm going to say app layout from components, app layout, and here I am going to put a placeholder here, say dashboard. So that's basically the children. We would later replace this with a dashboard component, and let me also remove this, and yeah, basically these as well because we are not using them. Let's go to the home page and check what we have. Alright, so when it refreshes, we should be able to see our new layout here. I think it's taking a while to refresh, but yeah, as you can see, this is what we have, and it looks like we have done a lot, but then Mantine did everything for us. Okay, cool. That's how our layout is going to be like. So let's actually see how we can create our navbar. I'm also going to show you the example. I mean, it is one of the reasons why I love Mantine, right? They have a lot of examples for you, and when you want to create your application quickly, you basically copy those examples that they have, you paste it in your code, and then you customize it to look like exactly how you want. So you don't have to write everything from scratch, or I mean, copy the components one by one from scratch to build your entire UI. They have a lot of examples created for you, right? So let me close this one. Let me go to Mantine again, and this time I'm going to go to Mantine UI. Right, so let me open that in a new tab, and here you can see they have a lot of examples created for you apart from the actual components they have here. And there are 123 responsive components built with Mantine for you, right? So you go to browse examples. There are a lot of examples here we have nav bars, right? So when you click on it, you go through, they have different nav bars examples that they've created for you. So the one you want, you just choose it, right? So here what I did is I came here and I copied one of these, probably this one, which looks like what I mean our own. So this is the one I copied. So you just go to the code section here, and then you basically copy everything. Alright, because I've already copied it and use it in the finished app, I am going to copy that one instead. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go back to VS Code here. Alright, let me close some of these, and here this time I'm going to make it a folder. Right, so navbar folder, and inside here, that's because I'm going to have a CSS file together with it as well. I mean, they had CSS files that takes care of some of the styling, right? So first of all, I'm going to say navbar.module.css, and I am going to copy the CSS inside here, right? So it's a bunch of CSS, but then it's basically styling the navbar we have. So you'd have access to the source code. You can just copy and then paste it. It's basically from this side, right? So as you can see, they have the tsx file, and then they have the CSS file. So you go to the CSS file. I just copied everything and then modified it, remove some of the things I don't need from here, and then made it look like how I want, basically. So you can just copy the CSS file, and it's the same thing I did for this file as well. So you can basically copy and then modify it. Alright, so this is my CSS file. I am going to save it, and I am also going to create the tsx file. Right, so it is called navbar.tsx, not a folder actually. So let me remove this one. It should be a file, navbar.tsx. Alright, and I am going to generate the boilerplate like this. And what I am going to do is I am going to first of all copy the data. Alright, so up here I am going to paste this here. So this is basically the different pages I am going to have. So slash is basically be the dashboard. Right, and then we have transactions, manage users. This is the one we didn't implement, but then I just kept the page there just for future implementation. And these icons are supposed to be imported from tabular icons, right? And Mantine basically uses tabular icons already, like for almost all their components. So let's install that because we want to use that as well. But you can replace this with any icon library you want to use at all, maybe React icons or something like that. So let me just install tabular icons. So the package, npm install, this is the name of the package, So let me just do npm install not in, okay, with just the I. And then once this is installed, I can import these from this. Alright, so it is done installing, so I am going to be able to import these from tabular icons now. Okay, so I'm going to copy the rest of the code here. Alright, so first of all, I am going to copy this one. Link is coming from next link. Alright, and this classes is basically coming from the navbar.module.css, right? So I need to import that as well. Let me add that up here. Alright, and we're using this part name as well to set the data active. So it's basically checking for the particular part we are on, so that it will make the link active by using this data active property, right? And then I am basically using the use part name to get the parts. So this is basically coming from Next.js, right? So let me import it from Next Navigation. Okay, so that is our first part. So this is basically rendering the links, right? And you can see we are not using it at all. So let me copy the rest of the code here where we are using the links. Okay, so here, put that here, and import this from Mantine groups, and this is the name of the company, and we are using the links under that. Alright, so here we are using the links, and then also here there is the profile, and then there is the logout which we saw. So I need to also import that. So this icon is from tabular icons as well. The button is from Mantine, right, and this one from tabular icons. And yeah, that's everything we need to import here, right? But then you can see it's just rendering the links together with the extra links, which is the profile, and then the logout button, which is basically down there, right? So nothing really much going on there. But then as soon as I save it and I go to app layout here, and I now bring my navbar back, right, and I also, once I uncomment it from here, and I wait for this to refresh and then go back to the application again. So let's check here, and yeah, there you go. Cool. So yeah, we have our dashboard, transactions, manage users, and then these are the two extra navigations we have below. So yeah, that is our navbar. At the moment we don't have the pages created for these, right? So I mean, we have the home page, which is a dashboard, but then here we would get a 404 because we don't have the page. So let's create those pages as well. Alright, so we go to app and create folder, manage users, and then inside it we would have page.tsx, and then here we are using app layout because we still want to maintain the layout, and then this is going to be the children. Alright, so whatever components we want to use here, but then I am using the placeholder here for now. Right, and I'm going to do the same thing for the other pages as well. So let me just copy this page, and I'm going to rename this for profile. You notice we had profile down there. Alright, and I'm going to copy it one more time for transactions. So rename transactions. Alright, so once we have the folders, let's just go through and then rename these. Alright, so this is for manage, this is for transactions, so let's just say transactions page. Copy that, put it here, put that here. Okay, let's rename this one as well. Alright, so this is for profile, so profiles page. Okay, let me just say profile, and let me replace this, and let me save it. Okay, so once we have all the pages created, save everything, close everything, collapse everything, yeah, and then let's go back and then check our pages. So this should refresh and give us the correct content. I believe we have the page now. Okay, so there you go. So we have transactions page now. What about manage users? Yeah, we have manage users, and our main pages, the ones we care about, are working. So yeah, that's how we are going to be navigating to our various pages, right? What we're going to do is I just open the working app here, right? So just for reference, so we are going to create these components up here, right? So we have these, and then the statistics. So let's start from here basically. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code, and here we are going to create the dashboard component. So I mean, let me just create all my components inside the components folder, right? I mean, I could group it together with the pages, or I can have like a folder and then group it based on pages. But then I mean, it's gonna be fairly small number of files, so let me just put everything inside components. Okay, so here I'm going to create a file called dashboard.tsx, and then inside dashboard I am going to do RFC just to generate the boilerplate. Alright, and first of all I am going to have a group. It's going to come from Mantine core. Say first of all that's the preset, and I'm also going to have the date range right here. It's supposed to be date range, and I'm going to have the labels that's on the right side. This and this are going to be side by side, so it means that inside within the group I am going to have another group which is basically going to be wrapped around these two, and then this is going to be, so this is going to be treated as one item, and this is going to be treated as the separate item, so that here I can do justify. So a group in Mantine is basically a flex item, right? So I can do justify space between, and I can say align, it's supposed to be flex, and so I'm going to do margin y LG, and yeah, I mean I'll do this one for now, and this one I am going to do just align, flex, and like this. So I'm basically going to be replacing these later with their components. So first of all, let's create the preset component. So here I'm going to create a new component, and I'm going to call it preset select.tsx, like this. I'm gonna do RFC generate. So it is going to be a select component, and so from Mantine, so just use select like this. And I am going to add these props to it. Okay, so these are going to, this is going to come from Mantine, and here I need to replace it with a preset data, right? So what I'm going to do is I have the preset data created for you already, so I'm just going to copy everything and I am going to create a file. Alright, so I'm going to create const file .ts, and here I am going to paste everything here. Alright, so I need to create a type for this as well. Right, and with that, I am going to create the types file inside here. So types.tsx, actually ts, just for interfaces, and types. Okay, so this is my preset, right? So it's from today, yesterday, this week, past 7 days, right, to all time, things like that. Okay, and I am going to import this from types, save it. I have my presets data here, close, and here let me just import that. So once that's done, let me go here. Instead of this, I am going to say preset select. Yeah, that's what it's called. And once I save it, let's go and see how it looks like. Let's wait for this to refresh. And actually we are not seeing it here because I've not actually used the dashboard components, right? So yeah, this dashboard component, I need to go to app, go to page.tsx. This is where we have dashboard. It's just a placeholder, so we need to use dashboard. Alright, dashboard component. And once I save it, I need to basically come here, right? Because I'm going to be using a lot of clients. I need to do use clients here, just to avoid problems in the future. Okay, so let's now go back here and wait for this to refresh. Okay, so it refreshes and we can see the yeah, our presets here. Alright, so nice. And here we have the labels, we have the date range at the side, and then the labels placeholder here as well. Alright, that's basically the layout we want. Okay, so let's go back and let's create the date range component next as well. It's a fairly small component, so let me just copy and then paste it here, and then I'll show you. Okay, so I just pasted the code here, and you can see it's using a date input from Mantine dates. Alright, so you remember we installed Mantine dates as well. Okay, so that's where we are importing date inputs from. You can also check out the documentation, right? So let's go there and show you where it is. So this is Mantine core, close that. Here you see Mantine dates. Alright, and then when you go to getting started, you'd also notice that, I mean, we've already installed this, but then you'd also notice that we need to add the styles as well. Alright, so let me copy this one, but here you'd see a lot of examples, right? So you can just go through and then pick the one you want and then use it. So this is basically where I copied my example from. So here we are setting max weight, value format. Right, so the value format, we want it like this, right? So the day, which is basically if it is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, like it's supposed to say Monday and then comma and then the day, so maybe Monday 2nd April 2024, something like that. You get it? Okay, so for this to work properly, let me add the styles I copied as well. So here, remember we added the styles for Mantine core. We need to add for dates as well. So for all packages you install for Mantine, apart from the hooks, you need to add the styles, the corresponding styles file as well. And so take note of that. So let me close this one and then let me go to dashboard here and let me import dates range. I think it's called date range, yeah. And then once I save it and I go back here, we should see our date range once it refreshes component here as well. There you go. So we have our date range. right? And it looks okay, it looks cool. Alright, so here we can select the date. Perfect. Let's see. I think it looks similar. Looks like there is a bit of styling which is missing in this one. Like this looks very raw, and it looks very big as well. So let me try and refresh this manually and see if everything okay. Now it looks good, right? So probably needed some manual refresh there. Okay, so this looks okay now. So let's also add the button, right? The apply button, which this one, right? Before we add this, so let's go back and let's go to date range basically. So here after this one, let me just add a button like this, which is basically going to say apply, and let me make sure I import this. Alright, and here I am going to say size small, and then a color, I want it to be gray. Alright, so save that, and we should have our apply button, and there you go. Alright, so let's now add the components here. So I'm going to create another component inside here. Alright, and it's called transaction, I think it's called transaction label select TSX, yeah, like this. And I am going to generate. Alright, and let me also add, it's just a basic select which looks like this. So let me import this from Mantine core. Alright, so yeah, this is how it's going to look like. Alright, so this is how we're going to have the data, I mean, at least for now. Yep, so let's go back to dashboard, and here what we are going to have transaction label select, this one, and let's check it out. Yeah, it appears here with our placeholders. Okay, cool. So we have that in place. Now what is next? Basically, if we check the finished app, so let's add this. It's as a small notice, and with that, so with that, let me just add a fragment here. Alright, so here I am going to create that as a component as well, right? And I'm going to call it results notice. So let me just put it here before results notice, like this. And I don't have the file created yet, so I'm going to basically create it. So let's go here inside our components, create a new file, paste it, .tsx here. Let me generate the boilerplate, and here I'm basically going to use alerts from Mantine, right? Okay, a lot of things running on my computer, so it's a bit slow at the moment, bear with me. Okay, so here I'm going to add variant, which is going to be transparent. Alright, so transparent, let me get out, and color is going to be gray basically. And here I'm going to put a text here. Alright, so text component, and I'm going to import from Mantine. Alright, and this is where I'm going to say you are seeing results for So there's gonna be a label. Alright, so I want to bolden it like this. Alright, so let me just put a placeholder here because we are going to replace it with a label we select. Alright, and then here we say off, and then we put our start dates and end dates here, right? So it's going to be start date to end date, basically. Yeah, let's leave it like this for now, and we can import this one now. Alright, once we save it and we go back to our version, we should see the results down here. Okay, that's nice. Alright, this should be, I think, a bit gray, something like that. Yeah, like this. Alright, so maybe we got the color wrong. Let's check it again. Color, we said it's gray. Okay, I think we need to add color dimmed here. This should do it. And let's make it small as well. Size SM, and then we want to make it italic, so font style, which is SFS. Right, and then we have italic. So that should do it for us. Yep, you can see. Cool. So we're basically going to replace it from whatever we select here and whatever we select here. Right, cool. But at least we have our components in place. Alright, so we've not talked about responsiveness yet, but our application is fully responsive, right? For example, if I open a DevTools like this and I try to shrink it like this, you see gets here, and then the arrangement actually changes from top to bottom. I mean, from the top here through to like our statistics, our tables, and these ones as well, right? And even if we go like further, we get this, right? Yeah, our application is actually responsive. So whilst we are building it, let's actually also look at how we can make it responsive. And you realize how easy it is to do it with Mantine, right? So let's go back to dashboard here. Now here, see, we are using group here to actually lay out our application, our components. Right, so for this one and then this one, you notice that when you look at documentation for group, it is for horizontal layout, right? Now when you want a vertical layout, you're going to be using something like a stack to do that, right? Otherwise, if you want to be able to change it, you just have to use flex components, right? It's not a normal flex, but then this is a flex implementation of only horizontal layouts. All right, so take note of that. And now we are basically going to use this one to do the horizontal layouts, and if you want to change it, we are going to use stack, right? So first of all, here we are going to say visible from, and I'm going to put MD here, right? And this is basically going to say that this component is going to be visible from the MD size, which is the breakpoint in Mantine, which specifies a medium kind of device breakpoint. Alright, so when I save it, I'm going to show you how it looks like. Alright, so if I try to like shrink it, now we are still going to see it because this screen at the moment is more than medium device screen size. Alright, so from medium device screen size upward, large, extra large screens, we should be able to see it, right? That's why we set a visible from. So if I try to shrink it, you see that it is actually not there. It's gone because we are on a smaller size. So if I begin to expand this a little bit and I get to like a medium screen size upward, you see that we get it to show now. Alright, so here there we get it to show. But then once it hits the smaller screen sizes, then it hides. All right. Okay, so we are going to take advantage of that. So basically, when it hides, we are going to rearrange our components using a stack, right? So we are going to basically do it like this. Let's go back to VS Code. Okay, so here I'm gonna put another arrangement here, which is basically using stack at the moment, and I'm going to import the other missing component as well. All right, so I'm using a stack now, and then I have some card here. So it is a different arrangement on when we get to a smaller screen. All right, you can do that. And here you see that I am using hidden from here as well. Right, and I am doing MD. So this is an opposite of this. So whenever this one hides, this is going to be visible. Whenever this hides, this is going to be visible. So the hidden from MD is basically saying that when we hit a screen size of this MD value, then hide this component, and that is exactly when we show this component, right? So you see these and these are opposites. All right, so that's how easy it is to like implement some of these responsiveness in Mantine. Alright, this way is very easy, so I can group this in a component and then just call that component here. But let me try and save this before we go to our browser, and then when it refreshes, we should see, yeah, this there. Alright, so it's a slightly the same components, but then slight different kind of arrangements. Okay, perfect. And even if we want, we can just make this one fill the entire space for the smaller kind of screen. Perfect. Let's leave it like this, and then when we get to a large screen, then we get our previous one. So that's how we are going to do it. So the next component we are going to create is the statistics component, right? So the stats, and I am going to create that component. And first of all, I want to show you that I got this example from Mantine UI as well. So from here, let me go back to the top, so back to categories, and here, let's see, here you get stats. Right, so if I click on it, there are examples of stats components here basically, and you can copy whichever one you want. The one I am using is this one. Alright, so you can see this how the data looks like, and this how the components looks like. Alright, so I'm just going to copy this and modify it to look like how I want. Alright, so basically replace the data with mine. Alright, so let's go to VS Code. Let's create that component, not here. Collapse this one, but inside here. Alright, so I'm gonna make it a folder, because there is also like a styles file that I need to add, but this is the name of the folder, stats. And first of all, I'm going to add the CSS. I'm gonna paste it here. It's a few of them. Alright, so let's create the file first. So stats dot tsx, like this, rfc. Alright, and then first of all, I'm going to get the data. I'm gonna paste the placeholder data here. Alright, so here sales, expenses, and then profits. And then I am going to paste the rest of the components here. Alright, let's remove this, and let's import this. Perfect. And then let's also import the classes. We've already added the CSS file, so let's import from start.module.css, and we should be good with this file. So save it. Let's go to dashboard here, and then let's import it. Yeah, you can see it now. Save. Let's go to UI, and we should see it here. All right, so this is what we get, and yeah, basically not how we want. So let me do a manual refresh. Probably the CSS is not getting applied, and yeah, that's basically it. But yeah, it looks fine now. Right, okay, cool. So we have our start component in place. Alright, so before we start creating the other components, I want us to basically start adding some functionalities for some of these components we've created right before. Alright, so for example, yeah, these ones here, you'd see that I am using search params to store the selected dates, right? So the start dates and then the end dates. So yeah, we're going to use search params to keep track of that, and then the other components of our applications can actually get a value. It's a good way to, if you don't want to create like a global state, or if you don't want to create a context or something like that, you can basically use this. And I think I see people do this a lot with these kind of applications. So I mean, it's also a good way to do this, right? Yeah, so I'm going to use search params to keep track of our starts and end dates, right? It is the most important values we need for the other components to basically work, right? So let's go back to VS Code, and let's go back to our date range component. Alright, so here we are going to first of all say use search params. I meant use. So use search params from Next navigation. Let me bring that up. So const search params, like this. And here we're going to do search params dot get start dates, get end dates, because mean if it is there, we would be able to get it from here. Alright, and then down here for our date inputs, we're going to use value. So it's basically the same way as we use state to make controlled inputs and things like that. So we are going to add a value and then on change. So this is for end dates, so value, and this is for start dates. Okay, cool. And here you notice that start date is going to be a string or null, right? We don't want that. So what we are basically going to do is I'm going to change this to start date params, and then here end date params, like this. Alright, so here I'm going to create the actual start and end date. Alright, so what I'm going to do is here, if there is a start date, then I'm going to say this. Otherwise, just create a new date like this. This way it is easier. And then I'm going to do the same for end dates as well. So I'm using Codium, and that's why you could see the suggestions and things like that. So let me save it so that I get the indentation. Okay, so for that's done, our start date and end date values are sorted. We can add on change. And then what is the onchange going to do? So the onchange is basically going to, whenever we select the start date, alright, so look at what happens to the start dates here. You see that it changes. So here, I mean, this is for the end dates. You saw that this one changed, and if you go to something like this, you see that this changes as well, right? Okay, so I mean, whenever we select this one, we want the parameters, the search parameters here to update, and we want it to update the correct search parameter, I mean the search param value, right? So we should be able to do that. Okay, so with that, I am going to use a hook to do that. Right? I'm going to create a custom hook, and I'm going to copy it and bring it over. I'm going to tell you how I created that hook. Right, so here, let me create another folder. I'm going to call it hooks, and inside here I'm going to paste this. So it's called use update URL search params.ts. Right. I used ChatGPT to generate this whole function here. Now you'd notice that I updated it with things like this, right? Router and then part name, and I mean some other things. I just modified it to work for me properly. But you can just go to ChatGPT and then put a prompt there and let ChatGPT generate this for you, right? So basically, I wanted my function to be able to update the correct search parameters, right? And I wanted it to also be able to add multiple search parameters at a go, or one. So it depends on whichever object you pass to the search params, right? For example, this one. What you have to do though is that whenever ChatGPT generates the function or the code for you, you have to make sure you take your time and test it properly, because ChatGPT can sometimes get it wrong, or I mean it can generate the code for you but then it might not work properly. I mean some part might be working and might not be working. It happened to me several times, and I had to be testing all the code I generate from ChatGPT properly before I use it, and then I have to also understand it before I can be able to modify it, right? So just be careful when you generate the code. Make sure you test it properly, but then I mean it can do about 80% of the work for you, and most of the time it will get it correct provided you input the correct prompt. If it does not generate what you want, add more prompts, explain it to ChatGPT, and then it's going to do it's going to generate the correct code for you, and it's going to do exactly what you want it to do. But even with that, you have to still take your time and test the function properly with different values and make sure it works well before you use it. Other than that, it is going to, I mean, if you don't do that, it might actually introduce like bugs in your code. You expect the function to work automatically for you, but then it might not be working fully. So yeah, just make sure you test it. So this is the hook we are going to use, right? So it's called use URL search params. It basically takes the params to update, and it is an object, right? And then it goes through and then it searches. If the value is null, it's going to delete it from there. If the value has the key, it is going to basically update it by doing the set. If it is not there, it is going to append it to the URL by doing append like this, right? And it's going to give you the new URL here. So yeah, I mean it's very simple, like you understand it so easily. Also I mean it's gonna be in the source code, so you can have access to this and then copy it. But here I'm going to say use it is called use URL search params. Right, so you notice that the name is a bit different from this. I mean it's identical, but then this one has URL. Okay, so const there is update params. So this function is what updates the params, right? So if I click on this again, you'd see that that is what we return here, this function inside here. So the only thing you need to do is to call this function and then pass the objects you want to add as your params, right, as your search params. So that's what we're going to do here. So I'm going to pass a callback function here. Now the value coming from here is the dates, right, the dates we've selected, and here I am going to call update params. Alright, and when I do update params, this is for the start date, so I'm going to do start date, and what I am going to do is I am going to say to string, because it is supposed to be a string like this. And once I do this, yeah, it should be fine. So let me copy the same thing for the end date as well. Alright, and I'm going to change this to end date. Save that, and let's actually test and see. Alright, so let's go to our version. I think everything should be looking fine. Now let's try and select, so something like this, and there you go. So we have the start dates, and then we have the end dates. Perfect. Okay, so I think we don't have the correct format, right? So this is not the format we want. We want it to look like this so that we can pass to Supabase. Okay, so here I think we just did toString, but then we want to do ISO string. Right, so it's called ISO string like this, to ISO string, and that is going to give us the correct date format. Alright, so let's check again. Let's try and select again 11th, and there you go. So you see the correct format. Let's do the same for end dates. Perfect. Now we're able to select and get our search params updated. So if I change it, see that the end dates actually updates. Cool. And yeah, you notice here we need a start and end date, so the next place we're going to use it is here, right? So the results notice component, we're going to use the start dates and end dates there. So let's go back to VS Code. Inside here we are going to basically do the same thing, right? So let's go to date range, and I am going to basically copy this 3 lines here. Let's go to results notice, and I am going to paste it here. Right, first of all, let's import this one from Next navigation, and here we can decide to use so here, all right, start date params. You can also use end date params, basically like this. But I think yeah, it's gonna be fine, but then here we want to get it in a different format. It's like in the correct format, so we want to get it in the same format as we have here, not as we have here. Alright, so I am also going to create a date formatter, alright, which is going to format the date in a nice way for the user whenever we want to display the date on the UI. Alright, so I'm going to copy this function. It's a custom function, it's not a hook this time. So let me create another folder. I'm going to call it functions, and inside functions I am going to create format date.ts, and here I'm going to put this date formatter function here. Alright, so as I commented here, this is basically going to format our date. So based on the date we pass, whether it's a string or date, it is going to format it so that it looks like this, right? So we get Tuesday 26th March 2024 like this. Right. Okay, so you can have a look at this function as well. So here what we want to do is we want to wrap this in the format date. So we say format dates. I think it's called format dates, I believe. Yeah. And then we pass this dates, and we do the same thing for this one. Actually, I mean, we say it's supposed to be a date or a string, right? And this can be undefined. So what we want to do is let's just say start. Let's do like a date params, right? Other than that, it means this section is not going to show anything, so it's just going to show empty string like this. And we will do the same thing here. So end date params, if there is, then format the date and show it to the user. If not, then don't show anything, because there is nothing. And once I save it, yeah, we should be good actually. Let me put this one actually inside here. Yeah, just to format it with this dash in between. Okay, so let's go there and check, and yeah, perfect. So you are seeing results for I mean, we have the label here, but then we have our date. So Thursday, April 11th 2024, but for some reason we don't have the end dates, right? Okay, so let's check why. So end date params, we do search params dot get end dates. Oh, I think we made a mistake. We did end dates here, so it's unable to find it. So let's see where we did that mistake. Is it here? Yes, it's here. It's supposed to be end dates. Alright, so once we select, yeah, get rid of this. Okay, yeah, cool. So now we get a start date and then end date formatted correctly, so it looks exactly like how we have it here. This is anytime we want to get a start date and end date, we know because we are passing it here, it is easier to get it. Alright, perfect. We are going to be working on this preset select next, right? So here, and the idea is that we want to have some presets for you, so that when you select it, it basically sets the start and end date automatically for you, right? So you don't have to, probably if you want to track the last 60 days or last 30 days, you don't have to now go and then look for when it starts and when it ends. Set the start date and then the end date, right? So these are going to be presets that will help you select date ranges faster, unless you have a custom date range which is not in this presets, right? So for example, yesterday, so let me show you the finished app. So for example, yesterday, if I select yesterday, you'd see that yesterday's date is fit because today is set. So here, today is Saturday, and yesterday was Friday. So it sets the date range for us basically, and you see that it is basically correct. So yesterday's date range is Friday, right? So the start date and end date is same as yesterday. Right, and then this week, because today is Saturday, the week is mostly calculated from Sunday. Right, so when you select this week, it's basically going to calculate from Sunday, which is the first day of the week, till the current day. So today is Saturday from here, right? So you can see. Alright, so it's the reason why I formatted this in this way, so that you can basically see the start and end dates, like when it starts and when it basically ends. So you would notice that it starts from Sunday and then it ends on Saturday, which is today. That is this week. So if today was more like Wednesday, you'd see it will start from Sunday and then the current day, which will be Wednesday. Right. So last 15 days, Saturday 23rd March to today, which is 6th April. Right, so these are going to be presets that sets the date range for you automatically. Right, and you see, like, you get the idea. So each of these presets, we calculate the start and end dates for them. Right, and it's basically a lot of them. Right, so you can see quite a number of them. So what I am going to do, let's go back here, is I have a function for that as well, and I'm going to bring it over. You'd see that it's quite a lot, but then you can just copy it from the source code and then put it into yours. I've already done the hard work for you. So here I'm going to paste it here, right? And this is basically saying get date range. So here there is set hours. So whenever you set it, it's going to set the hours, the start hours to 00 and then 11:59 of the end date. Alright, so here get date range today. So get date range today is basically getting the start date and end date of the current day, right? Which is basically this, and then you'd notice that we use the set hours here. So it also sets the time, which is basically from 12 o'clock midnight to 11:59 midnight, basically. And we have a function for each one of the presets, right? So we have get date range yesterday, which calculates the start and end dates, and you'd see that we have some calculations going on here where we subtract 1 from the current day, which is going to give us the previous day. We have get date range this week, get date range past end days, right? So the past end days is basically for all of these, right? So when we have 6 days, 14 days, 29 days, it's basically going to change the number, which is the end days, and the calculation is the same. So we have one function, and then we change it for past 7 days, past 15 days, past 30 days, past 60 days, past 90 days, and when we come to past 1 year, we do slightly a different calculation for that, right? So yeah, we have a lot of these functions here, so each one of our presets, and here is where we return the actual start and end dates, right? So here get date range by presets. So when we pass the preset, then we get a date range. So for example, today we want to get date range today, and then we are also adding the presets for the object. But yeah, basically getting the date range for each of the presets we have, right? Okay, so yeah, this is what is doing the work for us. And here we also have get preset by date range, right? And what this is doing, it is doing the opposite of this. So based on the date range we pass, it will return the presets for us, right? So yeah, there's no need to go through all these one by one. I think you can just copy and paste it, and then try and add custom presets, and then maybe add more functions if you want. But then this, I think, is a lot already. All right. Okay. So yeah, we have these two functions that we are going to be using, right, to get the date range by presets, and then also to get presets by date range. And the reason is that the reason why we want to get a preset is when we refresh the browser, for example, like this, we want to be able to maintain the presets whose date range is selected here, right? And you notice that we only have the start and end dates stored here, which is going to prefill this, but then there is no way to get the value, the presets here, and that's why we calculate for we get the start and end date, and then based on the start and end date, we check the presets whose start and end date matches with what we have here, and then we keep the selection of that preset as well. So if the date doesn't actually match any of our start and end dates or for our presets, then I mean nothing is going to be selected here, basically. All right, so perfect. So let's go back. We have our functions added. So let's go to the code, and let's see what imports we are not importing. So date range, so this type is what we are missing, right? So let's actually add that type. So types, it's a simple type, right? So this is how date range is going to look like: start date, end date, and it's either a date or a string. So save that, and this should resolve. So we can save this, close this as well. And now we can come to preset select component and start using it, right? So first of all, we want to get a start and end dates from our search params. So let me just get those as the default start and end dates. And here, let me also get the hook. Let me put it at the top. Import from Next navigation. And I'm also going to create a state here, right? So to keep track of the selected preset. So it's going to be a local state. All right. And let me import use state from React. And what I am going to do is whenever this changes, I'm going to set the value and then the unchange. All right, and how I am going to do this is let me just first of all bring those in. So let me just put them anywhere, and this function is what I am going to basically create. Alright, so because I have the function, let me bring it up here. Alright, so here you would notice that I am using the get date range by presets, right, which is coming from our functions, what I just showed you. So when we select the presets, so first of all, let me add these, let me import this type as well. So here we are going to, we already are importing the presets data from here, right, and we know the type is this. So when we select, it is going to give us the value, which is one of these presets, right? And then we pass that value to handle set preset, which is this, and we are using that preset we select to get a date range. And you saw that we will get a start and then the end dates, right? So when we get a start and end date, first of all, we want to set a preset states up here when we select, but then we also want to update the search params whenever we select the presets. That's why we are calling this update search params here. So it is coming from the hook we actually created. So let's let me import that hook here as well, and make sure I import. Alright, so we call the updater function, and this time we are updating two properties together, which is the start and end date, right? Inside date range, we updated them individually. We updated them like individually, so the start date separately, the end date separately, but here we update them together because when we select, we get the two value together and we update them. All right, so this will update our search parameters, this will update our local state, and here you can see we are getting the value, and yeah, our unchange here as well. Okay, so let's go back and then test it and see. So now when I select like today, there you go, you see that this changed, and this also changes because I mean we are getting the values from here. So once it changes, we would also get a value from here. So let me get yesterday and exactly this week. There you go, and you see that we get the update here as well. Perfect. So yeah, we are actually making a lot of progress. All right, now you would notice what I was saying, you'd notice that when I refresh this, even though the date is selected, but then the preset is not selected, right? Because we need to set the default preset based on the start and end dates. So here what we are going to do is we are going to use a use effect basically, and let me copy, bring that here, import use effects from React, and I'm going to use the second function which says get presets by date range from our functions. Alright, so here if default start date and default end dates and there is no preset selected, alright, so I just want to check first of all that these ones are not null, alright, and also there is no preset selected because if there is a preset selected, I mean our use effect is going to run every time we change, every time this changes, right? Because you can see the dependencies here, right, which is the search params here. So anytime we actually select these custom values, it is going to trigger a change and our use effect is going to run. But we want to also, when we select this one, it changes this one and our use effect is going to run because it has a dependencies of this and this. Right, so we want to avoid the conflict between when we select this and when we actually refresh and we want to just get the default presets basically. So we check that there is no preset selected. If there is a preset selected already, just keep that. Don't actually update the presets basically. Keep it as it is. But then if there is no preset selected, but then there is a default start date and then default end date, then that is where we are going to get the start and end dates. Alright, so we get the presets based on the start and end dates, and then this is going to be the loaded preset. We set the presets like this. So once we save this, now there is no preset selected, but then if I refresh it, if I refresh this one now, let's see what preset we get. Alright, so last 30 days, right, which is basically what we selected. Now I'm going to say today, or let's just say this week, right, and then let's refresh this one. So instead of clearing it, once it does the calculation and knows the presets, then it selects that preset, which is very, very cool. So our functions are really working well. So this is how we're going to do this calculation, and yeah, it looks like this component is basically done. We might not need this component again because it is able to set a start and end dates, and that's all we needed, and we're also able to maintain or update the presets by default if we refresh the browser. Right. So that's all this component is going to basically do. Alright, let's take it even a step further by being able to click on this apply button and loading actual data from Supabase based on our start and end dates, right? So if we go to Supabase, alright, so here let's go to our table editor, and here this is our tables, right? So we have expenses, we have sales, transactions. So I call these transactions because it is what stores the transactions label, right? So you can see here the name week 1 to week 17, right? So but yeah, you can give it a proper name if you think there is a much better name for that. And this is basically for users. I don't think we actually use this, but yeah, this is going to be the most important tables we focus, the 3 here, right? And yeah, the reason why I wanted to use this same database without creating a new one was I didn't want to add this data again from scratch, even though I could have exported this, create a new one and import, but I think once I have added the my Supabase keys, I should be able to get access to this as well, without having to create a new database or a new table basically. But yeah, you can go ahead and create a new table, add some data, basically your kind of data. Right, so as I said, this is more like a printing kind of business, so the data here is about printable items. So I have some expenses, I have some sales data here. Alright, and you can see that they all have this created at dates, and they are basically when those expenses were created. Alright, so if I have a start date and an end date, I should be able to fetch the expenses whose created at date is between or is within the start and end dates. Right, so basically that's what we are going to do. Cool. So we want to implement this apply, and what I want to do basically, let's go to VS Code. What I want to do, let's close some of these components, go here. This is where we have the apply button. Now I want to make this a separate component. Alright, so I'm going to move this, create a new component, say apply button .tsx, and I'm going to generate this. Alright, and I'm going to put this here basically. Import. Alright, I just want to keep things simple. Don't want to add like a lot more functionalities here. Just want to like add them in a separate file here, just to keep this file small. So here I'm going to say apply button, color component, and I think the only thing we are going to need, we can basically get it as the start and end dates, and because we have them as set params, we can get them here. Import this from Next navigation, save it, and I think we are also going to need our we would need that, but yeah, that's going to be a bit later. So let's focus on being able to click on apply and then fetching data from Supabase. Right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to add some more props here for our button. Right, so I'm going to add a min words. I'm going to say 80 like this, on click. Right, and I'm going to say handle apply. We don't have this function, so I am going to create it up here. Alright, I get a suggestion. Alright, and first of all, I want to check if there is a start and end date basically. Right, so is there a start and end date params? If there is, then we are going to load our transactions here. So let me just add a comment here saying load transactions like this. Alright, so this is where we're going to load the transactions. Alright, and I would like to create this as a function. And so here I'm going to say load, so constant load transactions. Okay, and this is not only going to load transactions, but it is going to load the transactions and also set the different state for our sales expenses and the transaction labels items that we are going to have. Right, so I want to do everything in this function, so I'm going to say load and set transactions, which I think is more readable and understandable based on what a function is going to do, you'd see very shortly. But the first thing this function is going to do is to load data from Supabase, right? And with that, I would prefer to add it as a service. So I am going to create a service file. So service.ts like this, and I am going to paste it here. Now I am importing some stuff from here, right? So you'd see that there are some types missing. I'm going to add them very shortly. But here there is also this function missing that I am going to add shortly. Actually, let me add them first before we go through these files. So I have I expense, I sale, I transaction types that I have to add. Let's go to types here. Let's paste the rest of our types. And there is also a payment type that I have to add. So let me add that at the top. So the payment type, which is going to be cash, Momo or cash. I mean, you can basically use any type of payment you want, but in my case, these two, this is mobile money payment, right, and this is cash. And user roles, I'm missing that as well. So even though I'm not using these user roles and things like that, I mean, it's something I'm going to do in the future, but yeah, let me put them here just for, I mean, future sake. But what this user role is doing, we are going to have the different types of users, right? And then based on the different types of users, they would see different things, right, on your application. The reason why I am supposed to add these is because I am creating like a dummy user, which is supposed to be of type user, and they have a role which is supposed to be of type this, right? Okay. So our types are set. Let's go back here. These are resolved. Now we need to also import this filter function, and I am going to get that as well. So where is our functions folder? Paste this. Alright. Now there are some, I mean, just two functions here. So here it says filter items by date range. So we have items, and then we have start and end dates, and there is also get all unique transaction IDs. Right, so based on the items we fetch from Supabase, we want to get the transaction IDs from the items, and we want to avoid duplicates. So this is a function. Actually, you can use ChatGPT to generate these as well. Right, so you just put your prompt in ChatGPT. I mean, your prompt should be correct, and then it will generate the correct functions for you. Right, I'm going to be using these, and you'd see what they do very shortly. So here I have my service, and everything is resolved now. Here I am using create client from the client component because I am using load transaction in a client component, right? So from the client file. And here I have the Supabase instance. Alright, and first of all, I am fetching data from the sales table. Alright, so you saw we have sales and expenses. So based on the start and end dates, alright, I'm saying from sales table we want to select everything, right? Where the created at dates, right? So we have the start date to ISO string is greater than or equal to the created at date, and then the end date is less than or equal to the end date that we pass, right? So this is basically saying that fetch the data from database where the start dates, where the created at date is between or is within the start dates and then the end dates inclusive, right? The start dates and then the end dates inclusive. That's why we use the greater than or equal to, and then the less than or equal to, right? So yeah, this way it will be able to fetch you the correct data from Supabase. And here we also make sure we order it in an ascending order using the created at date. Alright, so we check if there are any errors. We throw an error. If there is no error, we would continue and then fetch the expenses as well using the same technique. So we fetch the created based on the start and end dates. We fetch the data whose created at date is between the start and end dates. So that's the idea basically. Now once we get the data, once we fetch all the data here we say get all unique transaction IDs, and it is a function that we created up there. So we pass all the sales and expenses data to it, and then based on the sales and expenses data we load from Supabase, we get the transaction IDs. Alright, the transaction IDs. Now when we go to the tab, you'd see that when we are saving a sale or an expense, we add this transaction ID. Alright, so when you create a new transaction, if I show you from the UI, from the finished app, when you create a new transaction here, it actually adds the transaction to the database, and here you know the transaction ID. So when I am adding a new sale, I get the transaction ID behind the scenes from this transaction loaded here. Alright, and then I add the transaction ID to the sale and then the expenses data, so I am able to keep track of what transaction these sales belong to, right, by storing the transaction ID. Alright, so that's the reason why we have the transaction ID for it. So here in our service we get all the unique transaction IDs because I mean we can have multiple sales having under the same transaction, so we don't want a duplicate. We want to get the unique transaction IDs, and based on the transaction IDs we get, we make another call to Supabase. Alright, so we will get a list of transaction IDs, and we are going to use this in function from Supabase. So we check, we are fetching all the transactions whose ID is found within the transaction IDs we get here. Right, so that's the idea. So once again, to let you understand it properly, here once we click on apply, we fetch the sales. That is what we are seeing here, the sales data. We fetch the expenses data as well, but we also want to fetch the corresponding transactions, right? In this case week 16 and week 17, and we use the transaction IDs of the sales and expenses, right? So the transaction IDs which is included as part of the sales and expenses data, right? So that way we know the transaction, we know the transactions whose data is basically loaded here, and we show it here as well. Right, hopefully I explain it well for you to understand, but yeah, that's basically the reason why we actually do the filter here, right, to get the unique transaction IDs, and we use the list of IDs to fetch all the transactions whose IDs are loaded in our sales and expenses data. Alright, so here we are making 3 calls to Supabase. First of all, we load the sales, we load the expenses, and then we load the related transactions. Alright, and here that is what we are returning. So we return sales, expenses, and then we return the transactions. Okay, now we are also making sure we catch any error so that we don't get our application crashing. Alright, so that is what our service is basically doing. So here, that is what we are going to do here. Alright, so inside our apply button, we are going to say const. Alright, so first of all, let's make sure we do async because we're going to do async await here. Alright, so results it's going to be await. Alright, load transactions. Alright, so load transactions is coming from our service, and we need to pass the start and end dates. Alright, so we are basically checking our start and end dates here, and this is where we are going to pass the function. So it means we should accept it as a parameter, and here we can pass our start and end dates, because that's what this function is expecting. Perfect. Alright, so once we do that, what we have to do is we are going to get sales, expenses, and then transactions. And where do we want to store that? So we want to create a context, and that is basically the only context we are going to be creating. Normally I don't like using context, but in this case it is very simple. It is just one context. It's also because our application is a bit, not huge. It's a simple application, so I don't have to install any third-party library like Zastand or anything like that. You can go for that if you want. So I'm going to use context API in React to do that. Alright. Okay, so let me make sure I save everything, and I am going to create my context. So let me bring that here as well, just to avoid creating everything again. I'm going to paste it, and you can see I have my context folder, and inside it I have transactions context provider. Alright, so here I have an interface, right? So sales, expenses, we have filtered sales, filtered expenses, we have transactions as well, and there are functions that sets the sales, expenses, filtered sales and expenses as well, and then set transactions as well. So yeah, this is easy to understand, right? Okay, so it's just our different states and how we update our those states. So that is our interface. And here you'd see that I'm using useState to keep track of those different states basically. And down here I am passing it to context.provider, right? So this is where I create my context. It's called context, right? Creates context, which uses this type. And here I have my transactions context provider, which is the component, and this is what it returns. I pass the values, the various values. These are the different states, and then it accepts children, so that I can basically wrap the entire application inside here. And I am using a simple helper hook as well. So instead of using use context everywhere in my component, I can just use transactions hook basically. And it's yeah, I'm calling use context hook here, passing the context, and then I am returning that. So there's not a lot going on here. It's basically I have a lot. The reason why this looks a lot is I have different states to keep track of my sales, my filtered sales. So you notice that here we also have some local searches that goes on here. For example, if I select week 16, it filters and give me the data for week 16, right? And I don't want to be making server calls anytime. I want to be making I want to do client-side filtering, right? Once I fetch the initial data, I can do the rest as client-side filtering, right? So I keep the sales and expenses data, right? The data I fetch from Supabase, and once I select some of these or I search, right, I filter the local states, and then display that instead basically. Alright, so I need to use my provider here. So inside layout, that's where I'm going to use my provider basically. So Can just use it here. So it's called transactions context. That's a context provider. Okay, so once I do this, I should be able to use my context in any part of the application I want. So let me close this one here. Now what we're going to do is when we load the data, alright, so when we load the data like this, we are basically going to set our sales and our expenses. Alright, so what we are going to do is, first of all, I'm going to say use transactions, which is coming from our context. So I'm going to say constant context like this. Alright, so here I can basically do context dot, and here I have set sales, which is the first one, and do res dot sales, or I can do an empty array here, and because this one can be null as well, right? And I'm going to do the same thing for the view, right? So we have set expenses. So expenses, set expenses, and then set transactions dot transactions. Perfect. So I'm also going to add some loading states. Alright, so I'm going to use use states to keep track of my loading states. Alright, so I'm going to say is loading, and then set is loading, which is going to be false initially. Import this one. So here where I load the data, I'm gonna say is set is loading to true, because this is where it begins to load. Alright, and then once it is done loading, just do set is loading to false. Alright, so here I can basically add a disabled state. Alright, so disabled when it is loading, and I also want to add some loading overlay. Alright, so I can basically add it anywhere in my component. Alright, so let's remove this and let me put a loading overlay here. So it's basically from Mantine, and this is going to put a loading overlay on my page basically. And the visible, when it should be visible is when it is loading. Cool. So let's actually try and see. So I'm also going to do console.log. So console.log results here, just to see that we get the results we want, and we are going to test it in we're going to test it on a UI and see. Alright, now before we test, let me go back here, and I have to point it out that you need to add your row levels security policies. Alright, so you would notice that all my tables here have policies, and the policies are basically allowing people to be able to insert and also select, which is read the data from the database. Without these policies, you won't get any data, or you can't insert. Alright, so you won't be able to read and insert. And here I am using anon just to keep things simple, but then if you want to restrict this to probably only authenticated users, fine, you can just set it to only authenticated users. In my case, I've not done any alt. Alright, so I just add anon just to allow everybody, that is anonymous users, to be able to insert as well. Right, just to keep things simple. Alright, but yeah, make sure you add policies to your table so that you would be able to read and then insert data. Nice. So let's go to our version of the app here. Let's call this function load and set transactions, and we are going to pass start and end dates. Basically we need to, this is going to be a string, so we need to do new date like this. Alright, and then we have end dates. Alright, so once we do that, let's actually test and see. So I'm going to, alright, so it's this week. I'm gonna hit apply. Alright, so you can see the loading overlay like on our page, and yeah, we get some data. Alright, so we get expenses and then sales. Alright, so we get about 4 sales, 1 expenses, and then we get 2 transactions. Perfect. Alright, so we're able to load from Supabase now, which means that we are setting our context as well. That is our state. So what we are going to do again is, first of all, let's populate this with the transactions data we get here. Right, so you can see week 16 and then probably week 17. Right, those are the transactions data we get here. Right, so let's first of all let's go back to our code, and let's go to transactions label select, and here we are setting our state. Right, so we can say use transactions like this, which is coming from our context. So we do this, and this is how it looks like basically. So we have created by, created at, ID, and then the name. So what we need is the name. Right, so basically that's going to be our transaction label, and then the value is going to be the ID. Right. Okay, so let's see, I'm going to do constant labels, which is going to be context, and I'm going to do map. Alright, so context dot transactions. Alright, so we get a transactions set when we apply, and then we do a map. Right, so here we are going to have transaction, and what we are going to return is basically going to be an object, an array of objects, with the label as transaction dot name, because we have name not label, and then the value as transaction dot ID. And the ID can sometimes be a number, so let's actually use template string here, so that we change it into a string like this. And here we are going to pass labels. We can also put an empty array here just in case we don't get anything. Just use an empty array. I mean, this is undefined as well. That's the reason why. Okay, so yeah, let's go back and check. We should be able to see week 16 and 17 here, and there you go. Nice. All right, so now that we are able to get our labels here, now we want to also be able to select. All right, so from our finished app here, when we click on select, you see that we get these search params as well, right, which is a transaction, which shows the transaction ID which is selected. Right, so this one we need to set that as well. So to set that, we are going to also use URL search params, this one. Right, and then we have update params. Okay, it's imported. It's just being slow. Bear with me. And then here, update params, what we are going to do is I'm gonna basically say, okay, let me just add a function up here. Right, so constant handle change, basically. And here I'm going to get a value which is going to be string. Alright, so string or null, because that's the value we get here. So here I'm going to say on change, and I am going to say handle change like this. And here I can put update params. Alright, and this is going to be my key. I just call it trans for transactions, and gonna put value. Nice. And so let's see, let's go back, test our version and see. So here we select it, and there you go, we get the ID of the transaction updated like as part of our URL search parameters. When I select 17, it changes it. Perfect. So we can now use this to basically filter the expenses whose ID is actually selected. Okay, so here I need to also add the value. So here, let me add that. Alright, so this is the same as this, and let me also use the hook from Next navigation. Alright, and here we get a selected transaction ID, which is going to be the value. Perfect. Okay, so I think we should actually start displaying our data in our sales and expenses data in the table, right? Before we even calculate these, right, we should be able to see them. So okay, let's work on that basically. Okay, so let's go back to here. Let me close some of these actually. I want to open components, and I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it tables. This is where I'm going to have all my tables. So I'm just going to create the general, I'm going to create one table component, and I'm going to make it generic for sales and expenses, right? So here I'm going to say table.tsx, Going to generate it, and gonna call this one let's just say table layout. And here I'm gonna put the layout of my table. Alright, so let me get that for you. So let's import all missing imports. So we have scroll area, and then we have table as well. So these are all coming from Mantine, right? And you see that inside the table body, this is where we have our table rows. But basically, this is just creating our table header. So we have here where we show like a number, the date, item, amount, and then created by. Right, so this is our table headings. Right, and here we have rows. So rows are going to be alright, so let me just remove this one. But basically we are going to, because this is going to be a generic table, this is going to be a generic table layout, we should be able to use the same layout for our expenses and sales. We are going to pass some props here. Alright, so this is going to be data. Let me create an interface up here. So interface. So here it's gonna be data. Alright, it's gonna be iSell. Alright, so sales or expense, a list of expenses. Alright, let's import this from types as well, and this is going to be props. So here we are going to look through the data and then create our table rows. Alright, so here we are going to basically say that so table dot and then we do tr, which is our table row. Alright, so let's pass key here, which is row item dot id. And then we have the number, right? So this is the number first of all. So table dot table data, and in here we are going to have so I'm going to get an index. So the index plus 1, because the index start from 0, so we just want to start from 1, so we just add 1 to the index, right? Okay, now the next data, table data, is going to be the created at, right? So we do item dot created at, but then we want to make sure it is a date, so we do let's just do new date. Alright, and our table, the date in our table is slightly different from what we have here. Alright, so this is the format we have on our table. Alright, so we format that slightly different. So we do new date, and then we put item dot created at, and here we do dot to local date string like this. Alright, so this is how we do it, and it's going to give us the format we want. Now we want the item, right? Alright, so we do item dot item basically, and the next one is the amount. So we do item dot amount. Now we want to format the amount a little bit, so we just do dot to fixed. We add two decimal places, two zeros after that. Alright, so yeah, this is what I'm talking about. And we also have the created by. Alright, so we do item dot created by dot name. Alright, and this one we want to add this prop. Actually, let's put it in a text. So here we want to do text. And the reason why I am putting it in a text is I want to do this line clamp. Alright, and I want to do 1. So if the name is longer, I don't want it to like overflow or stretch to like a new line. It's going to give me that ellipsis kind of thing. But if the name is probably longer, so if I try to, let me see, if I try to shrink this a bit, can we see? Okay. Yeah, I don't think we will see it here because we have the scroll area. Yeah, but basically this is what I'm talking about, right? So if the name is longer, it shouldn't overflow or come to the next line. It's just going to give you this ellipsis something, right? And you see that when we hover over it, we see the actual full name, right? So let's add that as well. So basically here you can just do title. Right, and then the title is going to be the name as well. Right, let's make sure this is of size SM small. Okay, so that should be it for our table data, right? Because the name is the last one. So rows, and we should be good. So that is going to be our table basically. Now the last thing I want to do in this particular component is that I want to check, right? So I want to say if data dot length is equal to 0, I want to display like a card which says that no data available. Right, so let's import this. So I'm going to display a card here, and the only thing it's basically displaying is no data available. I am basically going to return this, so that if there is no data, it does not go ahead and render this. It's going to show this instead. So we have our table layout in place. Inside here we are going to create sales. Right, so this is going to be the sales table. I'm going to do TSX. Now inside here I can just go ahead and then use this table layout here, right, and then pass the sales data to it. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to generate this, right, and here I am going to put table layout here. Now here I'm going to say use transactions, so constant context, and then here I'm going to say data. First of all, let me import. I'm going to say data. I'm going to say context dot sales. Alright, if there is no sales, I'm just going to put an empty array here. Now once I do this, I can do the same thing for expenses basically. Let me just rename this, and then say expenses, and here I'm going to change it to expenses. And instead of context.sales, it's going to be context.expenses, like this. Okay, so let's go to the dashboard components here. And I think after the stats, so I'm going to group it so that it will be side by side. Alright, so import sales and then expenses, like this. Okay, so when we go here, we should be able to see our tables. There you go. So we have our initial no data available displayed, and maybe once we click apply, yeah, we get our sales and expenses. Perfect. All right, nice. Now this is okay, but once we have this search, right, it means that we are going to duplicate the logic we would write for this search as well in those components. And I want to have one top level because I want to make this I want to reduce the code I write as much as possible. I want to create one parent component which has the search already, and then we would render the different sales and expenses table inside it, right? Okay, so let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to create one component here, and so what should I call it? Yeah, let me just say transaction items, because sales and expenses are all transaction items. TSX, going to do RAFC to generate this. And here I'm going to have card import, and inside card I'm going to have my top level title, right? So going to use group, and here I'm going to have title. So if it is sales, it is going to say sales. If it is expenses, it's going to say expenses, right? So I'm going to pass them as props. So here there's going to be label, and that is going to be the title. Okay, and then after this one is where we have the search input, right? Where we have the input, and then the input is going to basically have, okay, let me just put a placeholder here first of all, and let me just say the size is extra small, like this. When I save it, let me add my interface props, and I am going to do props here. All right, now here instead of transactions item, I'll go to sales, right? And here I am going to do transactions items like this. All right, and I'm going to pass label. So if I import it, alright, this is sales, so sales, and I'll do the same thing for expenses as well. So here is expenses, and let me comment this one out for now. Alright, so when we go to our version, yeah, we should see sales and expenses. Did we save the other one? No. So let's basically save all of them. Alright, so we have sales and then expenses, right, together with a search, which means that we can just implement the search functionality just in this file, and then we would make it generic for both sales and expenses, right? Alright, so here I'm going to do order. Just want to reduce the title size a little bit. The order is going to be 3. Now let me make it 4, like this, so that it will be a bit smaller. Yeah, like this. And here, let me just say justify, and I'm going to do space between, and I'll do margin bottom from LG. Okay, so that it will space them out. Now with this card, I am going to do with border, just to add the border around my card. Yeah, like this. Okay, so search, let's implement the search. Alright, so it means that here, right, instead of adding the table layout here, I can basically come here, alright, cut this one, come and put it down here, probably. Remove this, export this. Alright, and here I am also going to pass items, which is going to be sale or expenses. Nope. From types, and here I'm going to say items, and basically going to add items here. Oh, nope. Alright, so here transaction items, we do items, and then we pass context.sales or empty array, so we are passing it here instead, and we will do the same thing here as well. So expenses, let's remove this one. Alright, so once we save it, okay, once we save it here, so we should be able to see this, right, and this is where our table is going to be. So when we click apply, there you go. So we have our sales and expenses in their respective tables, right, and then we have these parent elements or parent component, which is having the search. All right, okay, so let's see how we are going to, first of all, click here to filter the sales items, and then we would also implement the search. All right, now we've already done the updating of the transactions ID up here. All right, so when we select, we get it here. Let's go back to this component. All right, let's go back here. All right, and we are going to add the use effects here, which is basically going to be this. This is going to be the dependency. All right, and let me import this. All right, and first of all, I want to check if transaction ID is actually defined. If it is defined, what do we want to do? First of all, we want to be able to get the sales and expenses from our context. Now once we get sales and expenses from our context, we want to be able to filter. Alright, so here let me copy and paste. Here we want to do sales.filter, right, and then we filter where the transaction ID is basically equal to the selected transaction ID, which is coming from here. We do the same thing for expenses as well. Now once we get the filtered sales and expenses, we are now going to set our state, right? So you realize that in our context here, we also created a state for filtered sales and filtered expenses, and that is basically for this. Alright, so when we filter the sales and expenses based on the transaction ID which is selected, then we set that state. Alright, so here we are going to just say alright, we're going to just say context.set filtered sales filtered transactions to this. Okay, now what if we deselect, right? What if the transaction ID is undefined? We want to set it to the actual sales and expenses, right? So here we can do else. So else we want to do this. Right, we want to set filtered sales and then filtered expenses to sales and expenses. So let's move this one up here. So this is going to set it to the all the sales and this is going to get all the sales and expenses, and then we filter it here and then set filtered expenses to filtered expenses and then filtered sales. But then once it is undefined, like we deselect, we want to set everything back to all the sales and expenses. Alright, so we reset the filtered sales and filtered expenses. So this is basically trying to let me it needs the context too. Alright, and well, I don't want to add the context, so let me just disable it for this line. I just want the dependency to be only this, but here, just to avoid like problems with when I have a lot of things in a context with changes, and this can be troublesome. So yeah, let me just disable it for now. All right, so it also means that here we are not going to use the actual sales data. Alright, so we are going to use filtered sales, and then here we are going to use filtered expenses. Alright, cool. Now at the moment we are going to, especially like if we refresh it like this, and we try to hit apply, we still are not going to see any data here because we are now using their filtered sales and filtered expenses. Alright, and when we apply, you remember we didn't actually set the filtered sales and expenses, we only set the sales and expenses. So it means that on the apply section as well, we need to set the filtered sales and expenses so that it will be updated. I mean, it will be able to populate these by initially, and then when we select from here too, it will filter and then populate. So let's go to apply btn. Alright, so here let me remove the console log. Alright, so after we set the sales and expenses itself, we want to say constant. Let's get a transaction ID first. So transaction ID. Right, and we are going to do search params.get again. Right, and then the name of the property is called trans, like this. And I'm going to do if, right? So here I'm going to do constant sales expenses. I'm going to destructure these, and I'm going to do transactions so that I don't duplicate these again. Transactions res, and because it can be null, I'm just going to add this. Alright, and here instead of this I'm going to do this, and this, and I am going to check expenses. Alright, I'm going to check if there are transactions, and so I'm going to use all basically. So if the transactions are transactions.sum, so some item item.id is equal to transaction ID. So this is basically checking that there is a transaction selected, and that selected transaction ID matches with the transaction IDs we have here. So we will do context dot set, first of all, filtered sales to sales, and then let's do this, and we are going to do the same thing for context dot set filtered expenses to expenses, context dot set I think that's all basically. Right, now what this is doing is so when we want to load, when we click when this is load and set transactions, when this function is basically called, we set the sales and expenses, but we also want to set a filtered sales and expenses by default when we click on the function, so that we would be able to display the initial data, because this is the ones that filtered sales and filtered expenses we are doing, we are using to display the data. But here we are seeing that if there is no transactions, right, and there is no transactions ID selected in our list, then it should set it to the default sales and expenses, right, we have here. Alright, and here it means that probably we selected it. So for example, here we click apply. So we've selected it like this, but then we unselect it like this. There is nothing selected, but then we hit apply. We should be able to get all our data. Right? Yeah, that's basically what we are doing. So no transaction is selected. So updates. I'm gonna call update params here again. Okay, I don't think I am using that yet, so let me just bring that in. This one. So import this from hooks. So here we just want to set it to undefined, and when it is undefined, it's just going to basically remove it. So this one is going to be removing that. If it is still there, I mean, it's likely it will not be there, because when we select it, removes it automatically for us. But then if something is selected, that's where we do the actual filtering, right? So here we do transaction so here we do context.set filtered sales. You get it, right? So very similar to what we did earlier. Right, once we save, we should be good with this, right? So now we go here, and when we refresh this, just to make sure that it's updated, it's been a bit slow, so pardon. Alright, we click on apply, and now we get the data. Alright, and then when we select something here, we hit apply. Week 16, let's check week 17. Alright, so I mean, it does that for us automatically. So we select once this changes. Yeah, you remember we basically added it as a use effect dependency, right? So here it sets the filtered sales and then expenses. So once we select week 16, we should get the data for week 16 and week 17 as well. Cool working. Okay, so you remember we have this here as well, right? This label, it is supposed to be what is selected here. Once we have something selected, if there is nothing here, it should just remove it. But then once we have something here, it should tell us that we've selected week 16, and that's the results that we are seeing here. So let's fix that as well. So notice results, notice, and here I can do another one for this. Alright, and that's going to be the transaction ID. Alright, and I am going to basically say constant selected transaction label is equal to, so first of all, let me call use transactions hook here again. I'm going to say context, and I'm going to do context dot transactions, and then I'm going to do the find I'll find this, and what we're going to do is you're going to basically say we want to find a transaction whose ID is basically the transaction ID such params here, and what we want to do is we want to get the name. So this is going to be the label, and here we would replace it with this. Save, and once it refreshes, let's see, still loading, and there you go, we have week 16, week 17, perfect. Alright, so let's now see how we can let the search work now. Once we're able to do the top level filtering, let's see how we can also do the searching. Alright, let's go back, close these files. What are we looking for? We are looking for tables, transaction items. This is where we have our inputs. So here we are going to first of all, let me add the icon, the search icon there. So it's called right section, and I'm gonna say icon search from tabular icons. So icon search like this. Size 1 rem to make it small. This is called right section Mantine. Okay, so here we are going to add unchange, and there should also be value like this. Okay, so I'm going to use states here. It's going to be an empty string to start with. Import this first. And this is going to be search term, and here is set search term like this. So here search term, and then this will update the value, the search term value. So here I am going to use effect to also do the searching. So when the search term changes, and first of all I am going to implement like the bounce kind of feature using set time out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this code here, and this is going to be dependent on search term as well as the items when the items changes. First of all, import this, and inside here is where we are going to do the searching. So I can first of all add the number of milliseconds. It's going to be 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second interval. So we're basically doing a search, and what this is doing is, let me bring this one here as well so that I can explain to you properly. Alright, so what this is doing is we are keeping track of the searched items, right? Local, we're making it local to this component. Right, so here we have searched items, set searched items, right? And it's going to be sale or expenses. And this is where we set it. When the search term or the items changes, we set the search terms. We set the searched items, right? And basically we are checking the description, the item name, and then the payment type. So anyone you basically enter into our search term, it's basically going to filter that out, right? So yeah, it's a simple search we are doing here. Now what the set timeout is doing is that here we want to clear the timeout when the user is continuously typing. Right, so if I am typing and I don't stop, I don't want the use effect, I don't want the search to actually trigger. I want to finish typing and leave the keyboard for 1 second, which we put here before it actually triggers. Now once I continue to type, it is going to clear the timeout and then restart until I stop typing. That's basically what this is doing. So here, searched items, I'm gonna use that here, but before that, let's check that everything is okay here. Alright, everything looks fine. Now before that, let's actually think about this for a second. Right, we are using items here, and items is basically what we are passing from wherever we are passing it from. So in this case, these two components, sales and expenses, they get here, and we want to use this searched items local state to basically keep track of the like the items. In this case, it's going to be either sales or expenses. Right, so initially the items going to change, and then we are going to set the searched items to the sales and expenses, right? Okay, and down here we want to basically use the searched items instead of items, but we want to say that if searched item dot length, right, is not 0, that is the only time we use searched items. Other than that, we are going to use items, right? But then with the items, we are going to try and see if search term, let's do search term dot trim, is actually it's actually not empty or undefined. Alright, so if there is a search term and then we don't have any items for the searched items, we're going to display empty array. And if there is an items, if we get items, or probably there is no such items, we don't get any such items, and we don't also have any value entered in the search term field, then we want to display items by default. It is very complex here explaining it. Let me show you from the UI. I think it will be better understanding it. Now, first of all, we are displaying the items here, alright, and because of the use effects, we are setting searched items. Alright, so there is nothing in the search there's nothing in this field, which is there is no such term. So basically we want to display all the items, but as soon as we enter something, right, for example this, then it should basically, so let me just say shirts, right, it should now search, and then based on the items you find, set our searched items, right? So this is basically the searched items we see. But what if we enter and there is no items found, right? There is a search term, there is no items found, it displays an empty array, we get no results found. But then if there is nothing entered, then display all the items. Right, that is basically what is going on here. If it is still confusing, try and play around this a little bit, it will be clearer. Right, okay, but then yeah, basically that's what is going on here. Okay, so yeah, we have our logic here to set the items correctly. Alright, so either searched items or empty array if nothing is found. Okay, so it means that now we're going to, we're able to search and we're able to filter as well, right? So same for like this. Alright, and because we have this as a parent component, we are able to implement it for both, just in one component. So before we leave here, let's also do this last one, one last thing before we leave here, right? So so for example, if I say shirts, alright, this notice we get up here, this label we get up here, which is showing the total items we found and then the corresponding amounts. Alright, so it's fairly simple to do. Go here, let's go back to the code. Basically on top of this table layout, this one, I am going to put it here. Okay, and we check that the search term is not empty, and also there is an items in our searched items. Then we are going to display the length of the searched items, and we are also going to do calculate total amount. Now we have to add this calculate total amount. It is a function which takes your items, either sales or expenses, and then calculates the total amount of those items. Alright, so it is one function that we need to basically add together with some other calculation functions. So let me just go to our functions and then add those. So we have calc, there is calculate total amount, there is calculate monthly totals as well. You'd see where we would use that, and then there is formatted amounts, right? So basically formats the amounts and give you a true two fraction digits. And it is also the one which adds the comma in between, comma for thousand elements, if that's the right way to say it. So for example, if we have like 1000 like this, it's going to add a comma here, right? Okay, so let's import this now that we have added. Okay, everything looks cool. And we can come back here, come and search for items. Alright, so like shirt. not short yet. Yeah, and as you can see, total amount this. Nice. Okay, so let's also make sure that we are getting the correct values here, right, up here based on our sales and expenses data. Let's go back to our code. Right, and the component is called stats here. Right, and I mean, I'm going to use this. I'm going to be doing this calculation quite a lot in different places. Right, so I created a hook for this one as well. So it's a very simple hook. Let me show you how it looks like. So inside our hooks folder, I will paste it here, and this is basically I'm using the use transactions hook that we created in our context here, and we have sales, filtered sales, and filtered expenses. We call calculate total amount again, and here it returns just two items, sales amount and then expenses amount. So when we call use sales and expenses, it is going to return us the sales amount and then the expenses amount. So here I'm going to call that constant, and here I am. Let me first of all import this. And here I have sales amount and then expenses amount. Right, so now here, instead of this, I am going to put sales amount here, but I am going to use the formatted amount function that I showed you. We just added it in our calc functions. Right, so formatted amount, and I'll pass sales amount here. Do the same for expenses. Okay, and we will do the same thing for this one, but then this time our profit is basically going to be our sales amount minus our expenses amount. Right, this. Nice. So this is all we need to do here to get our data calculated correctly, and there you go. Nice one. Alright, so we've actually gone very far. Our filtering works. Alright, we get it, and that's the sales and expenses calculations as well. We have our presets working. Click apply. We get data for last 60 days. So if we remove the presets, should be able to see all the data for last 60 days, and basically this is our sales and expenses. So this is working well. This is working really well. Everything is working here. We are able to search as well. Yeah, so it looks like the thing left to do here is this side basically. So let's actually go here, right, and let's create another file. Let's call it bar chart.tsx. Alright, so RFC like this. Alright, and what we are going to do is let me actually, so here we're going to first of all import charts. It's basically called bar charts. like this. But then because I am using bar charts here, I want to import it as chart. So this is how the import is going to look like. I'm going to say chart. Alright, but then it's basically a bar chart. And when you look at the documentation, it's very easy to understand. So I'm going to add a few props here. Alright, so here data is going to be data, which is going to come from here. So I'm going to do calculate monthly totals, and this is going to calculate the totals for each month based on our sales and expenses data. It's going to calculate the sales and expenses for each month. So this is also an example of where you can use ChatGPT to generate a function like that. So let me import it from our calc function. Nice. And let's add the other props as well. So there is the data key, which is month. And there is with legend. So here let's use the use transactions again, and let me make sure I import this. Alright, nice. So here we need to add the series. Alright, and this is how our data is going to basically look like. So the monthly totals, the calculate monthly totals, is basically going to calculate the totals for each month, right? So we are going to get something like Jan, Feb, right? So these are the month names, right? And then it is going to return it as an object, right? So the name of the month and then the total, the name of the month and then the total, right? You get what I mean. And here we are doing total sales, total expenses, and then the label is sales and expenses. These are the colors, and it's basically going to look like this. Now you'd understand it more if I show you the example from here. So charts, we have bar charts, right? So this is how this series looks like. So we have name, smartphone, and then the color, and then the data. When you look at it, we have the month, January, and then smartphone this, laptop this, tablet this, right? And then the other months, February, smartphones, laptops this, and that's what it displays here. So we are doing exactly the same thing, right? So in this case, this is going to return the months and then the sales and expenses for that month, right? So for example, January sales this amount, expenses this amount, right? So we use the data key here as the month, and then the series here, we say it's called total sales, total expenses, but then the label should be sales and expenses. Alright, and that is basically what we are going to we calculate here. Alright, so it is very easy to do. Let's add a value formatter as well, so that we format our value using the formatted amount we created. Okay, so we've added our charts, our bar charts. Now let's go to dashboard again. And again, I am going to add this, even though we've not created the pie chart. Let me import this bar charts. Why is it not important? Okay, yeah, it's important now. Alright, so let me comment this out, and let's go back and check. Refreshing. Alright, let's refresh this again. And I basically think we are missing something, so getting started. Yeah, I think we are missing the styles. So let me copy, and then let's go to app, layout. Let's paste the styles as well. So for the charts, and let's try and go back and check. All right, there are signs of the chart here. All right, which is cool. Let's actually refresh it and see that the CSS has been applied properly. And yeah, now it displays well. So last 60 days, hit apply. Let's go down, and there you go. All right, it looks nice now. Perfect. So it means we are left with creating our pie chart. Right, so let me get that quickly too. Components, paste here, pie chart. And this is how, I mean, pie chart is very easy, right? I'm going to use the use sales and expenses hook again here. We get a sales amount, we get expenses amount. Now the data, sales, expenses, these are their values, and this is just the color. And here we call charts. It is pie chart, right? And I'm calling it as chart. So we get the data, labels, position can do inside, right? And labels type, it's percent. You can do fractions as well, but yeah, with tooltip, with labels. All right, so I mean, very simple. So once we do this, go to dashboard. Let me uncomment this and then make sure I import. Should be here. Save. Now let's go back, and we should see our pie chart as well. Yeah, there you go. All right, a pie chart is displaying. So you see how easy it is when we have our expenses and sales stored globally, and then all the components of the application can have access to it. Right? Yeah, that's basically how it works. So it looks like we are almost done with this page, with the dashboard page. I think the only thing we are missing is the initial data load. Like when we refresh it, it does not load the initial data until we hit apply. So let's fix that before we actually go to the transactions page. Okay, so let me try and close these out, because we're going to do that in this component, apply button component. Yeah, before I do that, let me point it out to you that so as you can see here, I've added the stack section of all our components, right? So as I mentioned, for the sake of our responsiveness, we have the group and then the stack, right? So the group is for horizontal layouts, the stack is for vertical layout. So on medium and large devices, we are going to have the group, it is going to be side by side, but then on smaller devices we are going to have it stack on top of each other. Right, so yeah, this is basically how we are doing it. I mean, this way might feel like duplicates kind of thing, but then it's fairly small, so we are going to keep it like this for now. Right, so I am going to basically close this. Let me just save everything, close it, and let me open this. Alright, so here is where we do the load and set transactions, and I mean, this button is also on the page, so I mean, I can do it anywhere in any of the components I want. It basically makes sense to do it here because we have the load and set transactions function basically here. Alright, so what I am going to do is I am going to do use effect again. This time it is not going to have any dependencies. Even if there is one, I'm just going to disable it because I want this use effect to only run once and it shouldn't run again. Alright, so yeah, I would import this from React, and first of all I am going to say that if there is a start and end date, because if you look at our application, so if you look here, so it is likely that when someone is starting, this one wouldn't be there, the start and end date wouldn't be there, right? So the person is just going to maybe visit just our home page, which is basically the dashboard, and when someone visits it, we just without the start and end dates being there, we just want to set it to today's date basically. Alright, and if it is there, we just want to maintain it. Alright, so that's what we are going to do. We are going to say if and then we do there is no start dates params. Alright, so for example this one, or it should be or not end, or end date params. What do we want to do? So what we want to do is we want to set the start and end date to today, so that we would update the params if someone visits the like the application initially without having the start and end date. So this is what I am talking about, right? So when I try to remove this and I try to visit the application, it's going to set the start date and end date automatically to today, right? So that is what we are going to do. So I'm going to say constant, and I'm going to destructure it from get date range. So we have all these functions, right? So this is what we want, the today one, and it returns the start and end dates. So start date, and then we have end date as well. Alright, so here we are basically going to say update params, so this one, and then we are going to pass start dates and then end dates, and let's basically do new dates because they are going to be string, and then here yep, so this should be after, yeah, and then same for this as well. So new date should be here. Yeah, so we are going to update the params, right? And then after we update the params, we just want to call load and set transactions again, right? And we want to pass these same parameters to it, that is going to be today's date. Alright, so let's pass it. Yeah, like this, and that should be okay. So what is this complaining about? Okay, so I think we are not going to need this. Yeah, this one should be fine. So we save it, and here after the else, right, so I think, okay, so this is the if. So else, so the else basically means that there is start and end dates, right? So probably you just copied the URL with the start and end dates like this, and then you are reloading it again, alright, by clicking on this or by just hitting enter to reload again. We just want to maintain the start and end dates there. And so we would say load and set transactions should be inside the else, and here we just want to new dates, start date params, and then end dates params. Here we create a new date which is going to be today, but then here we just use the start and end date params, which is there already to load the transactions initially. This is complaining that we need to add some dependencies here, but I am going to disable it for this line because I want this to run just once. It's not going to depend on anything again. So with this, I save it. We should be able to see our data loaded initially. And so let's go here. Let's try to refresh our app. And when we refresh this, we should still be able to get the previous data. So if we select last 60 days, we should still be able to see last 60 days. Refresh. We have start and end dates. We should be able to see the last 60 days, right, which is looking good. Nice. So if we try to remove this one, try and refresh it again. Oh yeah, it has basically set it. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Let's go to transactions, and here we are going to create our form to help us add new sales and expenses. Alright, so let's go back here. Inside components, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it transactions. Alright, so we are on the transactions page, and inside here I'm going to create let's say sales form.tsx. I'm also going to create another file. It's going to be expenses form.tsx. I'm also going to create an index file here. Alright, so I'm just going to say index.tsx. So the index is going to be like transactions. When you go into transactions, you just get an index file. Alright, and here I'm going to say refc. I'm going to call this transactions. And inside here, first of all, I'm going to add a container, and let me make sure I am importing it from Mantine. And inside the container, I'm going to add a card. Right, so that's the first, the top section. It's going to be in a card. Alright, and with the card, I can do the with border, just to have that border around it. Right, and inside the card, I'm going to have two buttons. Right, so the start new transaction and then the record previous transaction buttons, even though we are only going to implement the start new transactions button. since we have it. So here I'm going to have a button, import from Mantine. This is going to say start new transaction. Alright, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in a group. Alright, so in a group like this, and let me copy this one and paste it. This one is going to say record previous transaction. Okay, so let me actually make these lowercase. Alright, that should be fine. And here I am going to say justify, alright, and then do space between, just to space them out. Okay, so once I do that, I can go to transactions page here, and then here I am going to replace it with transactions, this one. I am going to save it. Let's go back to our app and then wait for it to refresh. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it looks like, and it is like this. I mean, it looks like it's in the middle because we are using the container, right? So by default, the container sets a specific size, and then it aligns it in the center, right? So it has a margin X of auto. So what we are going to do, we wanted to fill the entire space basically. So what we're going to do is, let's go back here. Here we are going to say fluid, just to make sure it fills the entire space like this. Okay, now our start new button is like this. We have the color like this, but then this one has a gray color, so we can change that. So we can say color and say gray. Nice. And here we want to add an icon before the text, right? So we use left section, and then we can say icon plus. That's from tabular icons, so it should be a component. Right, and let me add a size 1 rem like this. Okay, yeah, so we have our plus icon. Okay, so this button is going to start a new transaction when we click on it. Alright, so let's actually add the on-click handler before we implement it. Right, so handle, going to call it handle start new transaction. Alright, and we have to create that function, constant handle start new transaction, like this. Alright, and we would implement this shortly. Okay, so we want to create the next component, which is going to be we go to transactions here, which is going to be the label side. Right, so you click on this, you get the inputs, and then after you edit it, you can hit the check mark icon, or you can cancel it by clicking here. Right, so let's create a component for that. Okay, so it looks like we need to mark our component as a client component because we are using an event handler. So here I'm going to say use client like this, and the error should basically go away after it refreshes. Alright, so we're going to add the label, right, the transaction label, and that is going to be here. So I'm going to create it as a separate component, and I'm going to call it transaction label. So inside transactions, I'm going to say transaction label dot tsx rfc. Alright, once I save it, I should be able to import this, and it should be fine. And at the moment we have just a placeholder there, but let's implement our transaction label. So what we're going to do here is that I'm going to have a box. Box is more like a div element. Alright, and then inside here we are going to use a text input for Mantine, and I can put a placeholder here and just say transaction label. Alright, and I also want to add a right section. Right, so the thing that Mantine makes it very easy to do is the fact that we have this right section and left section for components, right? Components like inputs and buttons. It makes you be able to add like icons and other components to, I mean, these components very easily. Alright, so you saw that this is how it looks like. Right, so when I click on it, inside the input we have the two buttons here. One is for cancel and one is for apply the changes, right, with the check mark, and then the cancel icons. Right, so you see that these buttons are inside the text input, and that is because of the right section, right? It is at the right side basically. So if you want to add an icon to your input, you can use right section or left section. If I do left section, it's going to appear at the left side here. Right, in this case I want it to appear here, that's why I'm doing the right section. So inside the right section, it is basically a React node you can put here, so you can put any complex component here at all. So here I'm going to do a group. So I'm going to say group, import that. Let me make it a component. And inside the group we are going to have two buttons. Now this time I am going to use an action icon component from Mantine. It is basically same as a button, but then it is for icons. And for example, you can just do icon check inside here like this, and I am going to add another one, and this is going to be icon X for the cancel. So once I save it, we go back to our version. Let's wait for it to refresh, and yeah, you can see we have the buttons here. Even though we did group, but then they are still lying on top of each other. And the way we are going to fix that is here, after here we are going to do right section width. So we are going to provide a width for the right section, and I am going to do 70 basically, and the 70 is going to say that okay, so create a 70 percent, I mean create a 70 pixel width for my right section here. Nice. And here I say right section width 70, and I have the group and then action icons, and what I have to do is I have to add sizes for these as well. Alright, so for example I can just say 32 size 32, so that we would have some space, and then we can do gap. Let's just say 4. Alright, and it should align them properly. There you go. Nice. So with this action icon, we are going to change the variant, right? So we're going to say variant. I mean, for all of them though, the variant is not going to be solid by default, it is solid. So you're going to change the variant of our buttons to be light. Now this is going to be the default color, but this, the second one, I want to change the color to gray. And when I save it, there you go. So this is blue, this is gray. Nice. Now after my text input, I want to put the text here, right? So let me put it in a group. So group, alright, and I am going to say title. Let me do other 3, and here is going to be the name of the label, right? So let me just say label name, and let me import title. Alright, and on the side we're going to have a button which is going to say edit, and here I'm going to do justify space between, going to do align, flex end. I'm going to do margin top XL, and then margin bottom SM. Alright, and there we go, and show you. Alright, so this is going to be the label, and this is going to be the edit button. So when we click on it, then we would be able to edit it. We will get this one. So if we go back here, our edit button, we want to change the color to gray. We want to also change the variant to light, and the size we want to say small. Nice. Now for our box itself, we want to add margin top. Alright, so margin top XL, and then there is going to be margin bottom as well, SM. Alright, and when we check here, there should be some space here a bit. Nice. And what I'm going to do is that I am going to set up a local state here. Alright, so I am calling this is editing. Alright, and then we have set is editing. It's going to be a boolean, so by default it is going to be false. Now here, when I click on edit, I want to set its editing to true, because we are now in editing mode. When we click on edit, it means we want to edit our label. So we do set its editing to true. Nice. And here, alright, so these two buttons, after we edit, we change, and we click on any of these buttons, we want to set it to false basically. Later we will change this one to add or update the label in database before setting it to false, but then for now we can just add on click for these buttons as well. And just say set is editing to false. Okay, nice. So now that we have our state, it means that we can switch between the text input and then the our text label basically. So what we are going to do is we are going to basically say so here, actually let me just put a fragment here. Let me just wrap the box around this, because this group is already having the margin top and margin bottom, so we will keep the same space at the top and bottom for the two, right, just like we have for the box, so that you don't notice the difference. So here I can just put a fragment around all of them, yeah, like this. And here I'm going to say is editing. Alright, so if it is editing, then we want to show the box. Alright, we want to show the text inputs like this. But then if we are not editing, then we want to show the label. Alright, so basically I can close it here. And you notice that once I save this and go back to our app, after it refreshes, then it is going to hide the text input and then show the label, because its editing is false, so we get the label. Now once we click on edit, it is going to set its editing to true, so here it hides the label and then it shows the text input, right? And you notice I mean, it's as if there is, I mean, it's just at the same position, so it's just as if the label changed to a text input basically. Right. And then once we edit, we add something here and we click on this, then it saves it and then changes back to this. Right. So that's basically how we are going to do this. Alright, so I'm going to add one more state to keep track of the transaction label. So for example, this, so label sets label, and we do use states. Right, let me just initially it's going to be empty, and for our text input here we can add value like this, which is going to be label. And for our unchange, we're basically going to do set label e dot target. Let me just use current target. The value, you can use target, it's basically the same thing. I will set the label here. So this is going to keep track of the like the value from the text input. And what we are going to do is here, when we click on this, which is the check one, we are going to basically save the label to the database. Alright, so here it's not going to set this editing straight away. Here I'm going to put handle update. Right, so update label. And I'm going to create that function up here, so constant handle update label. And this is going to handle the updating of the label in Supabase. First of all, we need to go back and I want to do it inside here, right? So when we start the new transaction, we want to create a new label and save it in a database, but then we will just put placeholder name so that you'd have the option to change it or update it. So let's implement handle start new transaction. Alright, so we have the function here and we are using the function here on click. So here we are going to connect to Supabase. So we're going to say constant Supabase. Supabase is equal to, we do create. So create client. Alright, and we are going to do await. So let's let me do async. Alright, and I am going to say constant. We are going to get the data and also error if there is any error, but then we do Supabase dot from so transactions right, dot insert. So we are inserting a new transaction automatically behind the scenes when you start a new transaction. Alright, and here inside our Supabase, let me wait for this to load. I go to transactions. Here we need the created by, and then we need the name, right? So these are the only two properties we need. So created by and then name. So the created by is an object which is a user. So I mean ideally it's going to be a user on the platform. We just get the details of the user and then save it, but in this case we don't have authentication set up yet, so we are just going to use a mock data or a mock user and save the details, right? So here we are going to say name, and we want to say untitled transaction, like this. And then we want to also say created by. Right, now we want to use a mock user, so let's go to let me just create another file here. Alright, so let me make a folder first of all and say data, and inside it I am going to say user.ts. Alright, so let me paste the user details here. So these are the details we would have for our users: ID, name, email, and then role. Alright, so here I'm just going to say I think mock user. Alright, and it is imported from data user. Alright, so here we can basically do dot select, and we want to check if there is any error. And if there is any error, what we are going to do is we are going to show the user a notification that we couldn't start a new transaction, right? So with that, I am using the Mantine notification system. So let me show you that. So when you come here, Mantine, and let's go to extensions, there is the notification system here, right? It's basically a toast. So for example, like you see the toast like this. Alright, and yeah, you can change some properties and things like that, right? So Yeah, so it's basically a toast, so we just want to use that toast to show users notifications. So what we're going to do is, I'm not sure we installed this yet, so let me copy and make sure I install it as well. So paste that here, and whilst that is installing, let's get a CSS file and let's go to layout and add that here as well. Save it, and here, as you can see, we have to add this notifications component. It's basically a provider. So inside our layout, no, here still, inside Mantine provider, we can just put it here and make sure we import it. So let's import from the right place. It's installed, so it should come. Actually, let's just copy the import up here. So let's go and put that here. And once we put that here, this should be resolved now. Save it. Let's go here, and here what we can do is we can do notification. So notification dots, and no, so notification with lowercase, so notification. So from here, so notifications dot, and then we do show, and inside here we pass an object. And then the message is going to be failed to start. So failed to start new transaction. I'm just going to say try again. Right, and because this is an error, I am going to change the color. I'm going to say color red. And yeah, one thing I want to also do for our notification, let's go back to layout here. Alright, you would see that by default when you click on the notification, it appears here. I want mine to be in the center, right? So top center. So you can see that there are some positions, notification positions here that you can basically set, right? So I want to use top center here, and you'd see that you have to add it on the notifications component you added in layout. So position, I'm going to say top center for mine. Let me copy this one, paste it, and I'm going to change this to center. Nice. Okay, so we are checking that if there are any errors. So let's format this properly, and it looks like we are missing one of the closing curly braces. Save. Yeah, okay. So if there is an error, just show the notification that failed to start a new transaction. If there is no error, right, so just going to do a return here so that we will not continue to this side of the code. And here we are going to basically say, alright, yeah, basically going to say let me say set new transaction. That's when it is successful. So up here we are going to use another state. Alright, and here you're going to say new transaction, set new transaction. Alright, it is going to be first of all, let me import this. Alright, so it is going to be an object. Alright, so what we want to do is give this one a type, right? So it is going to be of type I transaction. Alright, so I transaction is an object with ID created by, and then the name, as I showed you from Supabase. Alright, and by default it's going to be null, so let's just say null, and then pass null to it. And here I want to do I want to make sure that we persist the state of our transaction, right, so that we don't have to be loading it from the database every time. So we just save it to local storage so that it will be there, in as much as you don't use a different browser to open, you still see that transaction. Alright, so here I'm going to use local storage from Mantine, right? So from Mantine hooks, and here I have to pass two values. That is the key. So it's going to save it in database. It's going to save it to local storage. Alright, and for local storage, I need to pass the key. Alright, so I'm going to say new underscore transactions. Let me just say trans, and I'm going to add profit underscore pause. That's the name of our application, just to make sure that this name is going to be unique and it's going to be for our application. And then here by default, so the default value is going to be null initially, and when we here start a new transaction, we are basically going to say set new transaction. Because we are doing select here, we get the data, but it is going to be an array, right? And we can just select, it's going to be an array which contains only one element, so we can just say data 0 like this, which is going to be our new transaction. Nice. Yeah, I think we are missing a weight here, basically. Yeah, so save this, and yeah, this looks good now. All right, so I want to also use a loading state to keep track of when the transaction is starting, right? So I'm going to create another state. It's basically a loading state, so it's use state. Let's generate that, and here I'm going to say is starting, set is starting. Alright, so by default it is going to be false, and when we click on this, then it is going to say set is starting to true, and then after it is done, it's going to set it back to false. Alright, so you can just say set is starting to false here. Alright, and the reason why we need this is we want to be able to basically add a disabled state here. Right, so disabled when it is starting. Right, so we want to disable our button. Once we click on it and it is starting, disable the button so that we won't be able to click on it again until like it is done. Okay, nice. And also we want to be able to so for example this one, we want to be able to hide this until we click on the start new transaction button. Right, so for example here we want to say new transaction is not now before we actually show the label. Right, so by default it is now. It means we've not started any transaction, so we don't want to show this. So when we go here, let's check, we see this one, we don't see anything until we click on start new transaction. Right, so here we click on start new transaction, and there you go. Once it starts, it is able to start, we get this because we've been able to start a new transaction. Okay, so here as you can see we still have the placeholder we put there, so we are going to pass some props to the transaction label so that we can change it. It's basically we have the data, which is the new transaction, right, which contains ID, created at, created by, and then name. I think the only thing we need is the name in this case. So we go to transaction label, let's pass some props. Alright, and here let's just pass the transaction, a full transaction object here. The transaction, which is going to be our transaction. So let me import that, and here just want to get transaction from our props. And by default we are going to set it to name. Alright, so I'm going to say transaction dot name. And here as well, so where we have actually down here, so here where we have the label name, we are going to say transaction dot label, actually name. Okay, I think there is so we are going to update this. So I think there is a little bug that I want to fix in our previous app. I noticed that I'll come and fix this one right now, but then in our previous app I noticed that here if you try to click on edit, we have week 17. Alright, but then if I start a new transaction, for example like this, we say untitled transaction, but then if I click on edit we still see week 17 here. Right, and I think it is because of what we've just done. So instead of using the transaction dot name here, we should use label here, because anytime it changes it is going to update this one, and so we would get the value here. Nice. So let's see what we are missing. Okay, so here we have to make sure we pass transaction, and it is basically going to be new transaction. And let's go back, check our application. Cannot read property name of undefined. Okay, so that's what we just fixed. So let's wait for this to refresh. Yeah, and we get new transaction, right? And if we check Supabase transactions, it is refreshing, so you can see we have these new transactions, right? Untitled transaction, untitled transaction. And here, if we go and edit untitled transaction to, let's say, test new transaction, transaction, and we hit this, yeah, we are not updating it yet, right? We are not updating Supabase yet, so let's do that next, because after we create a new transaction, we should be able to update it so that we would change it to like a new name, right? An appropriate name. So let's go to let's go back to transaction label here, and here we added the handle update label function. So here is where we are going to update our label, and what we are going to do is we are going to connect to Supabase again, right? So I'm going to say constant Supabase as a call to create client, and I have to also make this an async function. Let me import this from client, and here I am going to do constant destructure data and error again, right? And I'm going to do Supabase dot from, so we do dot from transactions, and there we do dot updates. So with the updates, what do we want to basically update? Now we want to update the name field in our Supabase, and we want to update it with label whenever label changes. But we first of all want to do some check here. So we do if label dot trim and label dot trim is not equal to transaction dot name, basically. So we want to check that the transaction dot name has actually changed. So probably you clicked on it, you want to edit it, but then you didn't change the name, and you hit save again, right? If the name hasn't changed, we don't want to update the we don't want to update the label because nothing changed, so we don't want to hit Supabase again. So we want to make sure we check that the label actually changed, or it is not like an empty, you just cleaned everything and you are just updating with empty string. That's why we do the trim. So we want to check if the label has actually changed. Alright. So inside here we can put the Supabase call here. Alright, and we want to update the name with the label, right? The new label here, and we want to do where ID is equal to transaction.id, right? So it's the reason why I wanted to pass the full transaction object, because we would use the ID here as well. So we are changing the name, or we are updating the label, right? So the name field of our database where the ID matches the transaction ID, right? So we want to find the particular label and then be able to update the name. Nice. And then we are going to do dot select to get the new updated data. Alright, so after this one we do if error. We want to do we want to show notification again, right? So notifications dot show. Alright, and then we pass a message. Alright, and we are going to just say there was an error updating the transaction label. Try again, and we want to say color is red. Alright, and after that we want to do return as well. Now once it is successful, we want to basically update our transaction. We want to update the transaction label. Alright, so with this one, we would just have to update the transaction state we have here, right? That's what we need to update it. I mean the name of that transaction. So I'm going to pass set new transaction as the other prop to the transaction label. Right, so here I'm going to say update transaction label. That's the name of the transaction, or I can just say transaction state just to be clear. And then it is going to receive the new transaction. So transaction of type I transaction, and I'm going to say update transaction because I have to pass it here first. Right, update transaction state and call it here. And that is going to, let me add the await here before. That is going to come from data, and then we get the first element. Nice. And after here is where we want to say set is editing to false. Right, so after that it should set there is editing to false again. Nice. Now apart from this, I want to also pass an actual is loading when we are updating. Alright, so we want to get set is loading state, so it's going to be false by default, and when we start the updating, we are going to say set is loading to true. And then after that we do set is loading to false. And here where we have the icon check, when we click on the check icon and we are updating, we want to use the state is loading to change the icon to like a loader. Right, so here I'm going to say is loading, right, and we are going to have a loader. So there is a loader component in Mantine which is going to give you the loading spinner, right, the round loading spinner. Right, and let me make the size very small because our button is very small. Right, so I'm going to use extra small. Alright, and that should be it basically. Right, so here when I come to index, I should be able to do this and then pass set new transaction like this. Nice. So once we do this, we should be able to update our label, our transaction label now. So let's go and test it. So let's go back here, and we have untitled transaction. Let's go and test it, and let's put test new transaction with this. I'm going to click here, and as you see, as you saw, there was a loading spinner, right? It loaded, and then when it was done, it came. So we have test new transaction, and when we check our Supabase as well, it loads, we have the last one updated. Nice. Now don't forget to add your policies, because without your policies, I mean, you'd have problems connecting, I mean, changing the data in Supabase. So make sure you add the policies as well. So we are able to edit our transaction, and it works. So let's change it again, and when I am going to click on this, take notice of the button, right? So let's just say maybe week 20 or something, and I'm going to hit here, so you get that loading spinner, and then once it's done, we get the edits, right? And when we click on edit again, see, now we have week 20, we don't have the previous label again. Nice. So we are able to now create a new transaction, start a new transaction, and also update our transaction label. So let's render the form and add actual transactions. So we've already created the sales form and then the expenses form, right? So let me just fill it out with the form, just to speed up the process, and then we would add the implementation. Alright, so we have our sales form, and as you can see, I am using some local states to keep track of all the input fields. So for example, amount, item, description, payment type, and then there is also a loading state. And when you come down here, I have the title, which is sales, and there is a number input for the amount, because the amount is going to be a number. So I'm using number input for Mantine, right? And here I have the value and then the unchanged sets, right? Same for the item name, right? And I'm using text area for the description. I'm using a select for the payment type. So for the select, I have just two items, cash and then Momo. You can put any payment types you want there at all. And there is this button which says add sales, right? And you can see it is calling handle add sales, and basically it's a function here which we are coming to implement. It's the same thing for the expenses form. So here everything is the same, with the exception of this extra input field which says payee. Alright, so probably the person who received the money, or whom you gave the money to, or whatever. It could be anything. Yeah, it's just an example, right? But then the rest is the same. We also have the function that we are coming to implement to save the data to Supabase. All right. So first of all, let me go to here. That is our component, our parent component, and let me put a fragment here, because we are going to use those components here as well. Alright, and I am going to use, so I'm going to put them side by side for large devices. So I'm going to say sales form. So sales form, and we have expenses form as well. So expenses form. Okay, so when it is large devices, we are going to have it as a group. And let me add the rest of the props to this group. to display them well. And then I am going to add the props. Alright, so the sales form needs some props. Here we need a transaction ID. So when we are saving it, we want to save the transaction ID as part of the data to the database, because I showed you our sales and expenses data have the transaction ID field. So I need to pass the transaction ID, and it's going to be fairly simple because we already have the transaction. So here we do new transaction.id. Nice. And let me put it in a template string so that this will be a string basically. Yeah, I need a $sign here. So same for this. And I can copy it. Let me get the stack version for our smaller screens, and if I import this, probably yeah, then we should be good with our responsiveness as well. Alright, nice. So let's visit our UI. Let's wait for this to refresh. Alright, so we can now start a new transaction, and yeah, so I added this state, right? So I just used a starting boolean check. Initially we were just using it here, but then I just added it here as well, just to switch between the text, because it was just disabled, and I just wanted it to show that it is actually starting. So I just switched between starting it and text. So you saw that. And once it starts a new transaction, we see the form, right, together with the label. Nice. So this is how the form looks like, right? So amount, item, description, payment type, and here the extra field we have is the payee field, right? The rest is the same. Alright, so now let's see how we can submit these forms to Supabase as well. Now if I go to Supabase, it refreshes, and yeah, I see that the new transaction is created here. Alright, so let me actually go here, edit it. So let's just say this is week 21, because we had week 20. And then I'm going to click on this, and we have to week 21. Let's go, and here we have it updated. Cool. So let's now see how we can submit their form to Supabase. So I'm going to go back to sales form here, and here where we have the handle add new sales. First of all, let's do the usual. So we create an instance of Supabase. So we do Supabase from create client, and I am going to import it from the client file like this. And we want to first of all check that all these items, right, all these states are actually valid, or I mean we have values entered for them. So with that, I am going to do an if check here. So we check that the amount is not less than 0. So amount is actually greater than 0. We check that there is an item, description, and payment type as well. So if there is, then we are coming to add the item to database, right? So we do constant, we do error, and I don't think we are going to need the data here, so I'm going to leave the data out. So I'll do await. So we are going to do Supabase dot from transactions, insert. Alright, so for the insert we are going to do array. That's how we do it before we pass the objects that we want to insert. Now we want to add the amount, we want to add item, we want to add the description as well. So description, we have payment type, we have a transaction ID. That's a transaction ID, but then in the database we call it transaction, so transaction underscore ID. And the last one we need to pass is the created by, which is the user who is creating this sales, right? And I am going to say mock user. We already have the mock user. Cool. So these are the details we are going to add to our database. So we also have the is loading state here. So when we are going to do the loading or adding, we do is set is loading to true. Right, and once it is done, we do set is loading to false. Now here we want to check if there is an error. So if there is an error, what do we want to do? We want to do the notification dot show fail to add sales or fail to add data, and I mean, let's not try again. It's the color is going to be red because it's an error. Let's import. If there is no error, then it means it's actually worked. So we are going to do notifications dot show message data added successfully, and then this time the color is going to be green. And one thing we also want to do is we want to reset the state. So we want to reset amount to 0, and we want to reset the item as well, description, and then the payment type. So that is all, I believe. Yeah, it looks good. So let's go there, try and add a new sales data. So let's come back here. Let's just say what are we going to say? Let's say hoodie. Alright, so the amount is let's just say 300. The item is hoodie. And then let me say one customized hoodie shirt. Payment type is cash, and let's click on this. So we get our loading spinner, and we get failed to add data. So what is the reason? Let's actually check the console if we would see any error. So the server responded with a 400 error, and why is that? If I try to add again here, so it says column amount of relation transactions does not exist. So transactions amount, column amount. So let's check our database. Oh, I think we are inserting into the wrong table basically. So here it's supposed to be sales, not transactions. Yeah, it's because I was using the autocomplete feature from Codium. I just put transactions there, but then it's supposed to be sales. Now, so let's go back. Let's close this one actually. And I'm going to hit add again. And there you go. This time data added successfully. And it also clears it. And if we go to dashboard, we should see one data here. And yeah, hoodie is basically here. And I believe we are going to see that in the database as well as the last item added. So customized hoodie here. Perfect. So we are able to add a new sale, and because we've already connected our dashboard, we also see the sales we added for today. Alright, let's go to here. Let's also implement the expenses. It is basically going to be the same thing. So I am going to just speed up the process by copying and pasting the same code here. So we go to expense, and this function would replace it with this. And let me import create client from the correct file. So handle add new expense, we create the client here. We check that the fields are not empty. We do the same, say is loading here. Now let's also import mock user. I added a comment here just to say we would replace this with a real user if we connect authentication. So here we do Supabase from expenses, and then we do insert. We insert amount, item, description, payment type, and this time we have an extra column which is the payee, transaction ID, and then the created by. And here I need to also import notifications. If there is an error, we say error adding data, but then if it's a successful, data added successfully, and then we reset the states as well. So once we save it, this function is already connected to the on click, to the button here. So we can go here and also test this as well. So let's test a new expense. Let's just say 50 for let's just say water bill. And the reason is payment of let's say monthly water bill. So who received the money to go and make the payment? Let's just say this person, and it was cash. Right, so we click on add, data added successfully. Let's go to dashboard. You should be able to see the expense as well, and we have 300 sales, 50 expenses for today, and this is our profit made. So basically that looks like everything we need to cover. And one thing I have to mention is that some of the I'm not a finance person or an accounting person or anything like that, so if some of the terms here doesn't really make sense, I think you can do your own research and replace it with the correct terms, right? So for example, if this is not supposed to be called transactions, I was just thinking, sales and expenses are just transactions, so I call this page transactions. Or some of these fields here, if they are basically not supposed, they should have the right kind of terms, you can do your own research and then replace it with the right terms. But then the goal of the whole tutorial was to teach you how to build a project like this, so that you can basically expand on and then add your own features. If you plan to build this for your own business, or maybe for a business, you plan to do this as a freelance, building something like this for a business, right? Just to give you the basic idea, and then you can basically add your own advanced features, right? So Some of the improvements you can do is, as I said, you can basically add the record previous transaction. You can make this one work so that you would be able to record previous transactions. You can also implement the manage users section here if you want. Now for the dashboard, there could be other improvements you could make here as well, right? So for example, being able to select multiple transaction labels. So if I select maybe last 60 days, apply, and there are multiple labels here, right? So maybe I just want to see week 12, maybe week 12, 8, 7, 9, 10, maybe like multiple weeks, right? I should be able to select multiple of them. In this case, you can only select one at a time, but then you can also add advanced features to keep track of multiple transaction labels. And as I said, you can implement the manage users section so that only certain users would be able to see like certain parts of your application. So for example, if there is an admin should be able to manage users, add new users to the platform and things like that. If maybe the person is just a sales rep, the only thing the person would be able to do is to add new sales and expenses and also view sales and expenses. Maybe if it is a manager, the manager can review the sales and expenses and approve it or not. So I mean, you notice that there is a lot of advanced features you can add to make this a complete software. But I think that is everything we have to do here for now. Hopefully I'm not missing anything from the finished app. But yeah, I am going to basically end here, and thank you for watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you've not. Thank you for watching, and I am going to see you in the next video.